That's why it's not.
That's
like a quick dinner or like a kid.
Really?
Yeah.
That was always tomato soup. It was always my mom made me a grilled cheese for breakfast. I see why you don't like it.
That's a little.
I don't
that's a little
grilled cheese in the morning either. I had no idea.
I love. This changes everything. Your Gordon Ramsay video.
Kiki, it's a breakfast place and they serve grilled cheese. Probably on their
Probably for brunch, yeah.
I guess maybe a brunch.
You're watching the Gordon Ramsay video thinking he's making a shit breakfast. Man's making dinner.
Grilled cheese.
Yeah, that was horrendous.
That was diabolical. That was a fucking Israelis. That's the thing. They forgot one of our shakes. It was the one I wanted, the peanut butter chip shake. But that's okay. Not everybody can be perfect. Leaves you wanting more. This one looks like it's just a chicken sandwich.
That looks like the base.
Yeah. So it's got chipotle mayo, pickles, chicken.
That's what it seems like. Let me pull this closer to you. That's the chef attack or the Nashville pot.
It's definitely not hot.
Big chicken.
I could smell pain if there was any there. So they are.
What do you want? What do you want? What are you doing here, huh? Where are you trying to go? Speak, or you're dead. Hurry up. I don't got time. I'll stab your penis. Then you can be on your way. What kind of shit was that, bro? It was not a fight. Poor dude's probably getting his loot. Should've followed him.
Are doing only at participating locations, which I don't think ours is. They also have the Ernie, Kenny the Jet, and Sir Charles for the ESPN hosts. I don't think ours has that, so that's the original. Well, I mean, there's 4 right here. Could it be? Maybe those are the 4, but do we not have others? I don't know what they do. Shaq is an enigma. Crispy chicken grilled cheese. It's Chipotle barbecue. No, it's not. Got to the bottom of that.
The receipt literally just says grilled cheese.
Well, that's not a thing. Truly does not exist.
You got one original.
This is probably the
original.
original.
That's the original. You got one ultimate.
Okay.
It's probably that plus.
This is the ultimate. It's the. All right, so let's start. We got the original. It's big chicken sauce and pickles. Okay, big chicken sauce. Which I would wager a guess it's the same exact special sauce from Guy's. It's not bad. I don't love it. Kind of like a free throw there. Not my favorite. I agree. It's sauce from Guy's. It's not bad. I don't love it. Kind of like a free throw there. Not my favorite. I agree. So they are doing only at participating locations, which I don't think ours is. They also have the Ernie, Kenny the Jet, and Sir Charles for the ESPN hosts. I don't think ours has that, so that's the original. Well, I mean, there's 4 right here. Could it be? Maybe those are the 4, but do we not have others? I don't know what they do. Shaq is an enigma. Crispy chicken grilled cheese. It's Chipotle barbecue. No, it's not. Got to the bottom of that.
The receipt literally just says grilled cheese.
Well, that's not a thing. Truly does not exist.
You got one original.
This is probably the original.
That's the original. You got one ultimate.
Okay.
It's probably that plus.
This is the ultimate. It's the. All right, so let's start. We got the original. It's big chicken sauce and pickles. Okay, big chicken sauce. Which I would wager a guess it's the same exact special sauce from Guy.
It's not bad. I don't love it. Kind of like a free throw there. Not my favorite.
I agree. It's a chicken sandwich.
Yeah, I'm a little tired of the stock chicken sauce being like a Chipotle kind of thing. Like, someone should live a little.
Yeah, that is as safe as it gets.
That is the most by the numbers, formulaic, like, don't want to go off the beaten path chicken sandwich.
Yeah.
How would you relate it to other places off, like, very standard?
I wouldn't take that over most of them. Like, I'd probably go Popeyes over that.
Mhm.
I'd probably go, what was the other one that had, was it Checkers? Was it Checkers?
I think Checkers was solid. One of them. Shit.
I can't remember now. I'd also probably go Chicken Guy over that.
I think this is super just plain. Like, it is all equated to the tenders from Chicken Guy, where this is like a stadium chicken sandwich.
I'd go Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich over
For
that.
sure. PDQ.
PDQ.
It's fine. It's not bad.
Yeah, I don't think it's bad, but you can do better. Do you think he had any say at all in this restaurant?
Yeah, I bet you they were like, hey, you want a chicken restaurant? This guy did guys, and it was pretty good. And he goes, sure. And then a year and a half later, they go, here's your menu you want to try. So then he takes a bite and he goes, yeah, cool.
That's chicken. It's interesting. I'm almost sad we had this first.
Yeah,
because this was incredible.
That's probably going to be their best item.
By far. And that one was just so...
Well, you can set it aside and then eat it again at the end to remind yourself.
This is the
pumpkin burger.
That's not what I thought that was. Yeah, this is some kind of like purple cabbage onion
I
thing.
think that is the Shack Attack.
Does he like purple cabbage?
It's jalapeno slaw.
En Ashley siempre estás en casa. Crea más espacio con nuestras mesas de comedor extensibles. O el espacio perfecto con nuestros asientos modulares. Compra ofertas de temporada y crea recuerdos en Ashley.
Shut the fuck up.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, like I said, it's just a run-of-the-mill chicken sandwich. I'd say very underseasoned chicken. I don't think I'm going to like this.
I don't like that very much. That's the fucking Shack nutsack. That's rough. Why a jalapeno slaw?
I mean, you like that. There's more flavor in this one.
Yeah, but it's not a flavor. I mean, I don't like jalapeno.
I was going to say, I don't think it's your flavor.
Yeah, it's not jalapeno.
What is... Oh, I can look. Pepper jack cheese. Yeah, there's more flavor on this one. I actually like this one more.
I liked it less.
You take the jalapeno and the pepper jack off, and he's like, that's the sandwich for him.
That's good stuff.
I got news for you.
There it is. He was 5 steps ahead the whole time.
The chicken felt better on this one. I don't know. Maybe I'm crazy. Call me crazy.
That's all right.
You're crazy.
What the
They
fuck?
called some of the smartest people in history crazy.
That's the ultimate. This is Uncle Jerome's Nashville Hot.
Just rip that now. My mouth still kind of hurts from jalapenos.
Let's see what Uncle Jerome's cooking with over here.
Yeah, that looks hot.
That does. That looks like Nashville Hot. It's got lettuce, mayo, and pickles.
I'm gonna tell you something.
I like it.
It's not hot. It tastes like Lay's barbecue chips.
That is not hot at all.
Now I gotta tell you something, Uncle Jerome. Jalapeno slaw blew you out of the water in terms of heat somehow. Their chicken is consistently decent. Like it is like nice and juicy. I haven't had like a bad bite yet.
That's the problem we had with guys. Was it was too dry. This is a good chicken.
Yeah, they did a much better job with it.
I just keep looking at this one over here.
That was just
see it, 'cause it's good. What we have coming up is the ultimate.
This is. I'm optimistic for this. I see onion tanglers in there.
Yep, that's what they call them too. This is Guy had one like this, and we loved it.
see what we're talking about.
We got mac and cheese.
Whoa.
Yep. It's that kind of.
Man, I think loaded.
Look at that. You've got big chicken sauce again. Mac and cheese and crispy fried onions. That's my,
Like
kind,
my
of
kind of sandwich.
Because it's good, good, and good. It's you don't add any slaw or bullshit.
It's a weird looking breakfast sandwich.
That's pretty good.
Yep. When you add nothing but good stuff, you get a pretty good result.
I'm curious if you remember enough of them. I would take Guy's mac and cheese sandwich over this one, but this one is really good. Maybe I don't remember.
Maybe recency bias for me, but this is like very solid. Do they do just like a side of mac and cheese? Because their mac and cheese is like good.
I think they probably would have to.
Yeah.
Oh, there it is. Half and you shall receive.
That's good news.
I really like that one.
Out of their 4 sandwiches there, Ultimate by far the best.
Mm-hmm. I am a slut for fried onions.
Don't you hate onions?
I'm with him. I like fried onions. I don't like. I mean, I can eat normal onions, but not willingly. Like if I don't notice them, I'm fine. But if they're big enough for me to notice, I'm like.
I think I was telling you guys on the guy tier list, though. I'm now starting to include onions and peppers on things. I'm getting crazy.
I've been
You got mac and cheese on a brand new farm floor. We're filming it in the farm.
Yeah, we are. I know you're crazy with onions. You do tricks on it.
So these are the fries. They look very big.
Yeah, they look.
Are they
Ghostly.
Are they salted? Okay.
These are those Publix bagged fries.
They have to be, right?
No,
Can you get them like shacked up or something where they put a bunch of stuff on them?
I'm sure you could. Just like Guy, you could fucking guy them up, I guess. Make them boys. I don't know what they gave us. Barbecue sauce.
yeah, I could have taken it that's down at that.
Oh, wait, no, I'm so wrong. I didn't look the other side. They gave us everything.
Good barbecue sauce.
That's like 3 stages of like unhealthy poops. That one's a little bit better, but like these two.
Yeah.
That's a good observation.
I don't know that I'd say that one's a little better. Your poop shouldn't look like that either.
Well, is that brown?
It's like an orange or
Oh,
something.
okay. Maybe I'm missing a little bit
What
of
is that?
something there.
Is that the chicken sauce?
No, it's like a vinaigrette sauce.
That's an interesting point. Did they give us dressing again like I did?
I don't think so.
There's
This is definitely buffalo.
There is a salad.
Oh, that was down here.
Like it's like balsamic, right?
I mean, like,
stupid.
I don't know. It's confusing my taste buds.
No,
It's like a Chipotle mayo thingy.
no shot.
Alright, give me a fry.
No, it's not.
It's in the mouth of the beholder.
That is like it is actually like a vinaigrette, 100%. Am I on the correct pipe?
Chipotle.
People have lots of opinions when it comes to our bodies. Our shapes, how we dress, even our birth control. Time out. Since when is it anyone's business but yours? Birth control is your decision. Mirena is over 99% effective at preventing pregnancy for up to 8 years. Reversible if plans change. Don't use Mirena if you have a pelvic or genital infection, get infections easily, or have certain cancers.
Man, that is ambiguous.
It is.
Yeah.
But really dunk in there. Yeah, there you go.
I don't know. That's crazy. I don't know.
Yeah, no,
We stuffed them.
it's a mystery.
I will say it's definitely sauce consistency. It's not
Yeah.
dressing.
You know, here's
It's
the question.
dressing taste with sauce consistency.
We have barbecue sauce with a C. What do you say? Is this yours? Is this Charlie's barbecue sauce?
Maybe it's meant for me.
It looks identical.
Maybe it's Chipotle barbecue sauce. Nothing.
Maybe it's Charles Barkley's barbecue sauce.
No, it's the same barbecue sauce.
I've seen it. Do you want to try the bread?
I already done
I'm sure buffalo. I don't want that. I know it's good.
Buffalo, it's trash. Hey, I guess little halftime report here
Yeah,
on the
go ahead.
analyst desk. Everything we've had, kind of just mid, except for the ultimate and the grilled cheese.
Yeah, and I would say ultimate, good.
Based on the bites that I've had, I would say the mid tier for this though rises like to the level of the decent good guys.
Yeah, I agree. I definitely agree with that. The ultimate, really good sandwich. If this wasn't on the menu, it would be their best thing. But this thing is like crap.
Yeah,
I've only thought about this whole time.
This is by far their best work.
You also have some tendies in there that you haven't gotten.
Oh, come on, try your mac and cheese.
Some tendies in there that you haven't gotten.
Come on, try your mac and cheese. It's one of those where you're like, it's what you expect. It's fine.
Fast food mac and cheese.
Yep. So they gave us 1 too few shakes and 5 too many tenders.
That was a trade.
Pop those
Great
puppies
deal.
out. Great deal.
Oh wait, no, I'm so wrong. I'll save these. I know what those are.
Or are those the
Those are what we call the dunks.
those are the nuggets? Yeah.
So let's go to tenders.
Well, these tenders look really nice.
But this is where guys struggled. This
Yeah.
chicken was dry.
Mm-hmm.
No dryness in there, I'll tell you that much.
That's good chicken.
She squirted at me when I took a bite.
I like these tenders. These are closer to like PDQ tenders.
They're very close to PDQ. I'm going to take some vinaigrette.
Oh, some Chipotle vinaigrette, salad sauce.
This is a really good chicken tender.
I like it.
No, they crushed it here.
Which barbecue though?
That's the C.
Sea barbecue. It's good.
Oh.
Oh, fuck.
We definitely did a better job on the chicken tenders
I
than,
agree. I'm try a little
than
more.
a lot of places, I'd say, actually.
Those are good tenders. And if there's one thing Shaq knows, it's basketball.
Damn right.
You know what you do in basketball? You
What? No, you good, you good. It's just tonight, I know people are gonna get off. So I'm like, this. I'm like, everybody. That's how you went to fingers. Bro, I just crashed it. Again? I went to the airfield because I was collecting the barrels. Because I don't want to fucking fall. I don't want to get killed. So I'd rather lock down a super for with a sniper, AK, and wait. That's how you fucking fly out. Get the fuck out the tree. Nigga, I got everything. I just need you to come with me. Just like you can listen. Oh, dude, I already got everything. I got a gun for you and everything. Huh? Oh, yours was an hour. Dude, I get counted for so, shit. I get like 30 it just works out. It's gonna work. Whenever me and Frank is black niggas, that's it. And then I feel like I gotta go sleep with that. And then tennis is more this week, next week, because it's gonna be fun. I feel playing the whole next week. This is just solo maneuver, so it's much bigger. That's three, like we do everything. So I'm the baseball back. And we got pro. There's no pro here. Oh, straight key? There's code and key, but it's just like, it's weird because when you're in a team of two, the duo, it's like the key code or even if it's the key code or the touchpad, they don't have anything to do with the team. So he has, if it's more than two, then, I Oh.
There's no way he knows tenders. He knows dunking. There's no way he got chicken dunked. I think these are just nuggets with a goofy name.
Golden. That's really goofy.
You don't want to waste your precious downtime searching. No, with your hectic schedule, your TV time is sacred. Fire TV helps you make the most of it. More time for you time.
Did Shaq have a catchphrase for when he like did a big dunk or something?
Shaq knows. It's damn right.
You know what you do in basketball? You dunk. There's no way he knows tenders. He knows dunking. There's no way he got chicken dunked. I think these are just nuggets with a goofy name. Looks golden.
Did Shaq have a catchphrase for when he like did a big dunk or something?
Nope.
So maybe you have to say that every time you like. Nope. So maybe you have to say that every time you like hit one of them.
Remember these? It's called boneless white pieces.
Yeah, they purposely didn't say the word.
Who the fuck is outside? This is my property. You better leave right now before I put some bully holes at you. I got some Bluetooth makers. Some Bluetooth hole makers. Goddamn fucking her ass passer. Better get out of here. I'm actually really scared. I'm not here. Thank you.
For chicken.
Yes. Why would they do that?
I don't know.
Usually they have to. Maybe it's not real chickens.
It's just a bunch of soy.
What I will say is these are good.
They're fine.
They're just pretty much.
They're just forgettable.
Well,
They're inoffensive.
chicken tenders.
Yeah, they're very inoffensive. You won't love them.
Grilled cheese.
Good big grilled cheese. I have a question about this grilled cheese. I think the grilled cheese is the tenders instead of a chicken patty.
Yeah, you're probably right.
I think so.
And I think that adds to it. I think that makes it better.
I would agree.
I think if they did the tenders on all of these, it's actually just an upgrade. I like the tenders better than the patties. Not the drums, the tenders.
That's fair. I think Shaq, out of every celebrity, has the most wacky assortment of like brand deals ever. Because you remember he had the 1990s movie where he played Lubu? Wow. It's like Kablamo.
Kablam.
Yeah, I got it.
Shazam. Kablam.
No, it's not Shazam because that's DC. It was like Kablam. And he played like
the genie.
the genie.
Yeah, I do remember that. And then there's the whole debate about the other genie movie.
Oh, with Sinbad.
With Sinbad. People say it doesn't exist.
Wait, what the fuck? Wait,
Have you never heard this?
I know what you're referring to.
Let me type in genie movie doesn't exist. So the Kazam was... Wait,
Kazam. That's what it was.
the
Kazam.
existent film Shazam was purported to have starred Sinbad, pictured as a genie.
Finally, my question's
Here you
answered.
go. This is explaining it. I want you to look.
He also had a video game back in the 90s.
Check.
Yeah, an
He
SNES.
also had a cool show, Chef versus
I did like
Show. That was a good show.
Alright, popular internet theory is that Sinbad played a genie in a 90s movie that doesn't actually
He also
exist.
shakes when he uses Dove.
You're right. And like really happy shit. He like goes up and down as he does it.
He has his hand in so many pies, it's unbelievable.
That man's covered in icy hot at all times. That man's covered in icy hot at all times. Many people confuse Shazam starring Shaq with Sinbad somehow, but people are adamant they recall a movie where Sinbad played a magical companion to a young wolf. Okay. Just for you, we've got a side of jalapeno slaw. Thank God. Get that over with. Yummy, yummy. I don't really want this. I don't like that. You know what? Don't sell that. Take it off the menu.
Didn't like it on the sandwich, I didn't like it by itself. Who would have seen that coming?
I like it less by itself because there's no chicken. There we go. We got fried onion. That's fine. Is that grilled chicken?
Yes, that's what it looks like.
What are they doing to me?
That's grilled white pieces.
Boneless white pieces. I found a whole onion ring.
Good find. I found a tiny one.
Good find was so sincere. Guy salad with pepper.
I also just don't think you go to any of these places and getting a fucking salad.
You shouldn't. It makes 0 sense.
And he's actually like slapping Guy Fieri when it comes to his chicken knowledge right now.
No.
I'm pretty impressed.
The tenders are, I would say, almost the biggest upset for me. Like, compared to Guys, I remember Guys was super dry, not my favorite. These are solid tenders.
Well, you didn't do the milkshake yet.
Oh yeah.
Which for some reason is not called a milkshake.
I'm so stupid. Oh my.
Oh, the whole Oreo.
Oh.
That was good.
I thought it was bad. How's the shake?
It's good.
Did it shake?
Have we ever had like a bad one?
Bad shake?
Yeah.
Yes. I think it was like Burger King or something, one of the big chocolatey tasting ones. Okay, I'm going to cover that.
That sounds about right.
Also, Matt and I had a bad one from PDQ that you really liked. I don't know if you remember.
The chicken tender milkshake.
That one was awful.
That was pretty good.
So they have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 shakes, but we only have this one from Guy as well. They're both
really
good
fun.
shakes.
Yeah.
Like if you want a milkshake, you're going to be happy with it. Danny, I got that for you.
Thanks.
The dunks are quite literally just the tenders and small balls.
They're definitely moist. Yeah,
Let's see. Dunks, tenders, crispy chicken grilled cheese. Got it. Shack Tack, Uncle Jerome's Nashville Hot, the ultimate, and the original.
Damn, did the whole menu.
Yeah. The only other things we don't have
The
are
Kenny and all
the
that.
special, which, to be honest, the Sir Charles is basically the ultimate. Kenny the Jet is Kenny the Jet is just the slaw one, except he adds he adds golden barbecue sauce to it.
Good.
That's the only difference. The Ernie is a big difference. It's Foley barbecue, cheese curds, crispy fried onions, bacon, mayo.
Wait, they have cheese curds?
They don't on the menu. I guess Ernie fucking flies.
Hey, if you're watching this, go to your nearest Big Chicken and try, what's it called?
The Ernie?
The Ernie,
Yeah,
and
let us know.
let us know how the curds are.
Yeah, overall,
Pretty good.
solid.
I was expecting it to be kind of mediocre, just like a cash grab, but it definitely is a cash grab, but
Today's cup of Scooter's coffee was hard-earned through parallel parking perfection.
like it's good, like it's pretty high quality.
Well, you know why they're all doing this, actually?
Dave's Hot Chicken.
Exactly.
That's why.
Did you see they just sold?
For $1 billion.
Yep. You know who one of the biggest investors was? Answering all the questions.
Hold on.
Apparently, it's reported he made $300 million off this deal.
It's not Mark Cuban, is it?
In a similar atmosphere.
Oh,
Great.
I was going to say Kevin O'Leary.
I'm pretty sure it was Drake. Good job, Shaq.
Yeah, pretty impressive, Shaquille O'Neal.
Now, if you'd like to recreate either of these pictures that we'll put on screen now, you let us know. Mine is adorable because nobody's smiling in it.
I'd have to bring in my 2 friends that were with me. Have to track it down.
Do you?
I'd have to bring in my 2.
Mine is adorable because nobody's smiling.
I'd have to bring in.
You let us know. Mine is adorable because nobody's smiling in it.
I'd have to bring in my 2 friends that were with me. Have to track it down.
Do you think it's easier to get them or Shaq?
Probably Shaq.
I don't think so. And then that could be the unveiling of Charlie's big chicken sandwich.
Oh yeah, my menu item.
Yeah. Real chicken chocolate, little chicken.
Chicken Little.
Chicken Little.
Yeah.
And we put it next to every single big chicken, and it's just like a cart.
Don't think we're associated, but it's not a partnership.
I guess we're the kids' meal. They have a kids' meal. That's a good chicken. Seriously though, Shaq? This is so good.
Yeah. Do more like that.
Mm-hmm. Put everything as a breakfast.
That's what I'm saying.
That was good.
That was good.
Build better habits so you can outperform yesterday. Choose better to be better.
Hey, this one's to Gordon Ramsay directly. I know I've criticized you a lot on your fireplace grilled cheese abomination, an actual war crime of a dish, but I'm letting you get some redemption here. We're trying all your frozen meals to see how they taste. I'm a huge fan of like your shows and stuff, though, but man, that grilled cheese was bad. So
I don't know if we're trying to get him out here or not. That was a roller.
it's like it's more of like a upfront challenge. And
I see. Open invitation.
Open invitation.
Also, I think, Aaron, every time you serve one, you have to give us some joke about what you're serving.
Fine. I'm shepherding this damn pot over here right now.
I heard you rise to the occasion.
Yeah, you prop that up like that.
Oh, it looks good.
Let me get my serving.
That smells very good.
You know what I noticed? Is you didn't do a frozen grilled cheese.
That is a good point.
You took the calories away out.
Yeah, I like Gordon Ramsay. I just really didn't like that grilled cheese, but after I like his grilled cheese. Okay. Thanks. Thank you, Aaron. Thanks for serving it.
There. Ooh.
Wow, the nutrition facts on this is crazy.
Yeah, lay it on me. He's a health guy. He likes to talk about healthy stuff.
So in one serving, which is the bowl, it's 17 grams of saturated fat, which is 84% of what you're allotted in a day, and 1.5 grams of trans fat. That's the most I've ever seen in the modern age. It's like cooking with asbestos. Holy shit. That's right. I'm excited to hop in. Okay. No, close. Was it good?
Mm-hmm. There's just some meat.
Okay, give me a little something in there.
Oh, sure, gotta go fast.
Mm.
No, no, it's not. It's pork.
No. Oh, that's pretty good. That's good.
You can taste the trans fat.
That trans fat's what's really bringing out the latent savory taste
to it.
features. Oh yeah, how are we doing this?
Yeah, what's this ranking? Do you want to do our normal letters, but is it compared to each other, like frozen food? What's this?
I think maybe just compared to frozen food.
Okay, so like if I were to have,
I think we'd be a real idiot sandwich if we tried to just like boldly place a number on it.
I really like that. That's yummy stuff. I don't know what's coming up, so I'm gonna put it in a solid A.
I'm gonna give it an A as well.
We'll have to try them all at the end.
That's good. That is good actually. I've never had a frozen shepherd's pie.
No, that's really yummy.
Yeah. He already redeemed himself. And
Great job, Gordon.
Do you think he came up with the recipes for these?
It would be a shame if he didn't, because
it
he
could
knows
just be,
how.
Yeah, it could just be like a white label thing.
Ooh, that one does not look as yummy.
Oh my god!
How bad's this one?
Not as bad.
Zero trans fat.
Zero trans fat. We're going in the right direction, but man, that saturated fat is getting crazy.
That's 6 versus 17. Like, we're in a much better direction here. That doesn't look like the picture. This looks like you served me refried beans with melted cheese on them.
Ooh, and fucking sewage for the broth or something. Yucky.
Ooh, that doesn't smell yummy. I'm going to mix it up a little bit.
Oh,
all right.
it's like dog food.
Let's get in there.
That's horrible. Not nearly as the last. That's fucking horrible. Wow.
I hated that.
Okay, easy. We got a grade now. We have A and an F.
Yeah, we're finding our We're finding our limits.
What the fuck?
Mushrooms do not translate in a freezer.
Holy. Yeah, that risotto is terrible. On Hell's Kitchen, this is like the number one thing all the people
risotto.
Yeah, but everyone always messes it up.
Exactly.
And he's always like driving a big point home about how you got to do the risotto the right way, and then he does it the worst way. It's trash.
Yeah, I got a few crunchy pieces in there.
Ugh.
Okay, yeah, that's an F. That's an A. What's next on the docket?
Oh, fuck me. Here we go. Lasagna. Try not to fuck this up.
He sounds...
What's next on the docket?
Oh, fuck me. Here we go. Lasagna. Try not to fuck this up.
He sounds like Captain Price.
Oh, fuck me. Here we go. Lasagna. Try not to fuck this up.
He sounds like Captain Price from Call of Duty.
Going dog.
Going dog.
Yeah. We'll get him next time. All right, so we've got lasagna.
Again, there you go. He's a nice guy. I like Gordon Ramsay.
I like Gordon Ramsay too.
I just wish he would finally accept our invitation and come out here.
It
Got
looks
some
good.
fiber in this one.
Yeah, this one looks good.
With Fire TV, there's no more searching. More time for you time. Shop bestsellers at Ashley, where no matter what your holiday traditions are, you're always at home. Whether you're rearranging our modular seating to create the perfect cozy space, or decorating with your own festive flair, shop holiday deals and make lifelong memories with Ashley.
King sugars. That's the red sauce.
I think we're gonna have to cut this one with a knife.
This one has to be better. There's no way this is as bad as that risotto.
No, this is ricotta cheese in the red. Looks good. It smells really good.
Take the big buddy.
I'm back. He's back. He's there. Alright, he's home.
That's what you want about Gordon Ramsay. He doesn't stay down for long.
Yeah, wow, that's good stuff. Chumbawamba, he gets back up again.
Great job. S. This is our first S. We've covered all the bases except for B, and C. God, I was hungry today, and this is just,
I needed it. After what he did to my body with that risotto. Alright, that was good. Thank you. Steph,
what we got now?
he's cooking up some bangers for macaroni.
I was just on the phone with him.
That was the best one.
He did it just a point. 27 grams of protein. Wait, we haven't protected the protein. Alright, we got some breadcrumbs. There's no way this is wrong. So it doesn't even good. Here we go.
Oh, cheers. Oh, yeah.
Hot.
It's a little hot. That is good though.
That's a little hot.
If it wasn't hurting, it'd be even better.
Sometimes the hurt adds to it.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Gotta take the pain with the pleasure. That's making my nose run real hard too. It's so hot. Do we have any paper towels?
That was good.
That was very good.
We get some more of that. What kind of cheese do you think that is? Does it say?
Parsnip mozzarella.
Huh?
We only have lots.
Oh, I was going to say Pro.
The Progi.
Oh my god. Pro, we got mozzarella. What else is in there?
That ain't your grandma's Velveeta cheese right there.
That's Gordon.
That ain't Grandpappy's old thick cheese in the Mac.
Yeah.
No,
You left out the big cheese, the Munda cheese.
All the bad stuff is out.
It's kind of like when like Liquid Death did that Tony Hawk blood.
Oh, the blood
skateboard. Mm-hmm. You got Gordon Ramsay bodily cheese, mac and cheese.
That could go crazy.
We're on to something. This slaps too. Like, he didn't skimp on the cheese.
That's got to be another S.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
Wow. Yeah, he's batting pretty high right now.
Here,
Viewers went on a little side
camera.
quest there to get a 4.
Hey guys, this is Matt, the cameraman.
Yeah, that mac and cheese does
All
go
right,
crazy.
I'm going. This is going to be a crazy view for them.
You want to come sit here and I'll go sit at the table?
Yeah, we'll change it up. Wait, Charlie, look at me. They've never seen this view of you before.
Wait,
you can hear Aaron coming.
No, I'm going back down the side.
Oh boy, I'm ready for more food.
Oh. Do your line. I think there's more food coming. Here comes Aaron. My family, you guys are going to float over here like a fly in the windows.
That's a funny joke for the bird.
The best part is we couldn't understand a word he said because he was wearing a mask.
Who is this mouse?
It's Aaron. Alright, what's next?
Man, I hope we don't get too high off this damn chicken pot pie.
Alright, this one. 19 grams of protein, a lot of soda. Yeah, chicken pot pie is normally not great for you.
That's true.
But I love chicken pot pie.
It's so hit or miss for me.
Yeah, it really is. But when you, that's a flaky crust.
That is actually very flaky
I'm
crust.
impressed.
Oh, it smells so good.
Oh my god. Oh yeah. Oh,
Oh, it's so good though.
I don't want to blow it out of proportion. It's not the best pot pie I've ever
But
had.
it's good. It's very good.
For a frozen little pot pie, I like that.
I'll put it up there with Cracker Barrel, but I'll put it below Brick House.
I'm giving them somewhere between a high B and a low A.
I'm definitely a A.
I'm going to agree. We're going A. Mine's a low A, but it's an A.
Mine's a firm A. It's actually teetering on S. That last bite was so good.
A little salt on that bad boy, and I'd be
Yeah, there's probably not enough salt in it.
yeah, I mean, it's 65% of my sodium intake, but I don't taste it.
Yeah. They could have added another 20% worth.
Yeah, we've got the wiggle room, Gordon.
Here you go. All me Pete the way I got this all rolling.
20% worth.
Yeah, we've got the wiggle room, Gordon.
Here you go. All me Pete the way I got this all rolling.
That's fire. Wait, that was good.
3 cheese stuffed pizza bites.
There's versions of pizza.
Yeah. This is like a bougie take on the old pizza bites. That's good.
Yeah.
It's definitely it's a higher quality pastry, but I still feel like it's still Totino's on the inside.
I agree. I don't think this would slap a pizza roll in a competition like I'd expect Gordon to. I also think the inside might be a little less flavorful.
I think you're right. It's kind of bland.
Yeah.
This is the first mid. I'd
Yeah.
give this a C.
I don't want to finish that. I'm going to C as well.
Nice.
I got here first. You did. She said that.
We're back in this arc. Alright, you're on the spot, big dog. Oh, who is it?
I didn't totally just almost drop them. Crab cakes. More like drab cakes.
Damn! I really don't want to eat.
I don't want to either. Frozen fish is never good.
What is a crab? I know what a crab is, but it's not fish. What do you consider it? A crustacean?
No. I can't decide.
Preference food.
I spit mine out. F.
Instant F.
I don't think it's an F for
We
me.
have to teach Matt how to eat fish so we can try it without instantly giving it an F if it's actually decent.
It's not the worst crab cake I've ever had either, but I didn't want to actually swallow it.
You like crabs? I'm gonna make it feel like the camera, like the audience coming for your bite. Ready?
It's like I give it like a D, like a high D.
Maybe I'm allergic to seafood.
It's actually really like I barely taste the crab at all.
Yeah, I think that's maybe
It's
why
like
I don't
mostly
like
just mushy batter.
Yeah, that's a D for me. Disgusting. Like a higher level D.
What's that? Oh, we got bite.
Oh, those are gonna go crazy.
Bite time. See how good you put all your effort into that one. Decent. Fine.
That's so good.
Is it?
Yeah.
That makes me happy. They look like cheese curds from the Culver's.
Oh my goodness. If there's one thing he's proven, he knows how to use his cheese.
Yep. I would say, I compare them to Culver's. I take these over
I
Culver's.
would actually take cheese over Culver's.
I think
What about the Florida cheese curds?
No, no touches those. Florida.
They get a shout out for something. I love this. Pass. Culver's could just buy boxes of these and they've increased it.
True.
Yeah, how expensive are these?
They've got to be on the higher end.
How many is pricing? Like teenage books.
I would say probably close to like 10.
Yeah. Let's check this. 13 grams of protein. Cheese is really doing work.
Yeah, this is good macros.
How many come in here? Serving size is 6 pieces. There's 3.5 per.
That's a lot.
That's
Good value.
That's 21.
What? I've never seen just
Wait,
like
we got 4 of them?
yeah.
Yeah, we're kind of missing beef bites.
They're having a big pizza party back there.
We're missing most of the box.
It's actually for the best. Otherwise, I'd be grabbing it.
They didn't even want us one serving between the two of us.
Are you still on like the prices, Chase?
Yeah.
What is the most expensive Chef Ramsay meal?
Fried chicken rice. Almost forgot their beef Wellington. Beef fries,
Wow,
Oh, that's
I
the most
actually
expensive.
I thought for sure it'd be over 10. I just had a feeling
He's really doing something.
he's
here.
doing
those are good.
he's doing something. These Ramsay meals, they're like actually genuinely impressing me.
I was going into this like obviously the crab cake. I don't like crab. The mushroom risotto is kind of like spit in a bowl.
Yeah, that was evil.
Everything else though is delicious and cheap.
Nice.
Those are really good too.
Yeah, the cheap one, they're like this big.
Yeah. You're telling me a slow roasted this beef and a red wine. Oh, red wine. This sauce. Got some beef, some papas, some sauce with some mushies in there.
That looks good.
Nuts. That's a whole meal.
That is a whole meal.
Serving size 1 bowl, 340 calories. I need more than that. I'm a grown dude. I didn't want to say it. It's fine. Might have done that one.
I think those beef. That's really tender beef.
Holy shit. That's real low for sure.
That's really impressive. That's pretty good.
How is it so tender?
Do you think he makes all of them?
I'm starting to think he actually might have like chipped in on how to make it, and then just had like a company fulfill it.
Like, here, I don't know how to show you how tender.
That was so helpful. Thank you, man. Everyone all at once just felt the stinging of how to do that beef voice through watching you do it.
Just focus on me. That's hot.
Hey,
Fuck. I was gonna go A2. I thought you were gonna say S stuff.
I was thinking about it, but I like the other stuff more.
Yeah. Fuck. And when the lemon dam stole his chicken, he's the lemon paper. Yeah, see, that was a good one. Lemon paper chicken. That's a double entendre. That one doesn't look as good as the
This one looks healthy,
No.
which is except it's also breaded. I'm not excited for this one either.
The broccoli makes it look good. And I do like broccoli.
This is limited for takeoff. That might have just been like the outside. No, it's just kind of tough.
It's all, you know, Let's see. Maybe the knife is better. Nope.
Yeah, I mean, take a peek at that chicken in there. It looks pretty dry and unassuming.
Yeah.
Nigel loves the saxophone. He loves helping others find their sound, too. So he built a course on Kajabi that turned...
Not as bad as I was expecting. It's not good.
Yeah.
But
The others definitely put it to shame.
I'll give it a C. What?
Oh, I see.
Oh, you want to be different?
I was trying to find a way to bump it up to a B. There wasn't one. Like you said, it's middle of the pack, and there's zero reason to get that over anything else we've had except crab cake and mushroom risotto.
We got Mama's classic fish and chips. Maybe you put, like, for spirit in, like, a Maffa bar or something and put a little bit of it in a little piece.
Was that the joke? Wait, where was our joke?
Reference. Some fucking basketball guy involved.
Yeah. So these are beer-battered Pollock fish bites and big cup potato fries.
That's a good fry, actually.
Oh. Yeah, I mean, it's Pollock.
Call me Pollock, because that shit is trash. Or, Jackson Pollock, because his art is trash and that fish is bad. I didn't know. That's so boiling.
Thanks, Gordon. Really appreciate you sending us the video box for us. I appreciate it.
Bienvenidos a la producción. Siempre abusamos de los antitranspirantes federales. Y del calor. Bien, ahí. Se le puede mejorar más. Parece que los antitranspirantes comunes no resisten el calor. Los antitranspirantes comunes no pueden controlar el sudor.
I'm currently getting canceled on Twitter for being a racist, ladies and gentlemen. So I feel like now is the best time ever to take this moment and apologize. Psych! We are going to be doubling down, ladies and gentlemen. Doubling down on everything. We are being invaded, and I am going to make fun of idiots today. So Donnie got exposed. Mehdi Hassan is being victim of Dearborn, USA started going insane and chanting death to America in Dearborn, Michigan. There's beef over the gigantic calls to prayer that happens 5 times a day coming out of mosques that people are complaining about the noise complaints. Ireland is currently protesting because there was a immigrant from a nebulous background that so the 10-year-old and was kind of protected by the government. They were like, no, we're not all for that. So now they're protesting in Ireland. But no idea what's going on. And this is going to be an absolutely diabolical video. All right, it's going to be beautiful. So this is Zoran Mamdani. You might recognize him by his snazzy suit and wide smile that he always has on his face. It's totally natural. We are going to be talking about him today because he is currently running to become the mayor of New York City. Now, you're probably thinking, well, he's a good New Yorker. There's no reason to assume that there's anything suspicious going on with Zoran Mamdani. But this is an old clip from 2019 that re-emerged. And let's just say, it makes you wonder a thing or two about his strategy.
There's still, this illusion that's partially a result of settler colonialism that all of us can become New Yorkers, that all of us can settle into a city.
And there's an illusion that we could become New Yorkers. Interesting. What do you mean by illusion? I thought you were a New Yorker.
And yet there would be these moments where I would be reminded by someone who sometimes tell me.
So, what he's saying is, I'm not a New Yorker. I'm not assimilating. You will assimilate to me. Quiet part out loud.
And one of those first moments was on 9/11.
And now he goes through a bunch of fake stories.
Before I knew the teacher with me and a Muslim classmate of mine out of the class and told us that something has happened and maybe they want you to tell me about this.
Zoran Mamdani most affected.
Frankly, I was lucky that most Muslim students in the city that care from their teachers. And in that moment,
Guys, can I just say that I feel so bad for Muslims that 9/11 happened and how people didn't like Muslims because they blew up the World Trade Center. We take this moment to recognize how tragic 9/11 was, but specifically for Muslims.
I realized that I was not simply another classmate in the school. I was distinct, and there was a marker of that distinction on me. And it was something that I would be reminded of again and again, and something when we came back from the trip abroad, it was like a JFK that the British agents sitting me down on my own while the train goes outside, and asking me if I had just attended a terrorist training.
Yeah, this didn't happen, okay? This did not happen. You've got
So what were those plans?
Really? They told you aside when you were 14, bro? They asked you if you were planning on attacking the country. What are we talking about?
Apply for a new place to any place with just a single click. Privates.com. The place that was the place.
Keeps us ahead of the pack. It's the reason we're the largest graduate DPT program in the U.S. The University of St. Augustine for Health Sciences DPT program. Become a leader or the leader.
Talking about
And it's something that's continued in the time since. When I was takes me aside, passing out an additional care.
what are we talking about? I bet you any money the security guard in the corner asked if he had any weapons of mass destruction on him. Like, this didn't happen. You've got to be kidding.
And in these moments, tense about not knowing their homes.
What do you mean? I thought you were a New Yorker. You're literally running to become mayor of New York City. I thought you were a New Yorker.
You know, they're amplified by what they see around.
So essentially, what he's saying is that I am not a New Yorker. I am not going to assimilate. I don't want to assimilate, and that's actually good. And I should be coming into this country to not assimilate. And that's not the only clip of it that was recently unearthed. This is an old clip of him in a mask, of course, as it is to be.
We came here to remake this state in the image of our people.
You came here to remake the state in the image of your people? What did he mean by that? What did you mean? Did you mean some sort of colonialism? Maybe some sort of invasion, perhaps? Yeah, Holy y'all. This AI dropped an answer. Well, anyway, pretty weird. Anywho, let's keep looking, because this guy has been cheered on by every leftoid you can possibly think. Alright, so, Donald Trump has a 92% off of becoming the next mayor of New York City. And Withers, leftoid, says, holy shit, I can't be counted. So I say, is it the terrorist support life of demolishing prison and taxing 50% in communist grocery stores? That white neighborhood would be getting taxed at a higher rate than black neighborhoods? Or do we prefer to get Republican and support the current thing? I think it's a pretty reasonable question. Alright, that's a pretty reasonable question, I have to say so myself. Of course, there's nothing that I'm racist to. It's not the only one. Like, I got dozens of them this week calling me racist for this week. Now, I want to show you one of the absolute greatest threads in the responses ever. I forgot. Is telling me racist now? But, right. Any of those examples actually represent any of the mayoral candidate come down to Spanish education? Yes. Next example, accurately reflect from that the Democratic Coalition. He advocated for the abolition of the right to powerful alternative. Human incarceration is obsolete. Comes down to proposing tax on up to 52%. Right? Unbroken. City-owned grocery stores for low prices and race-based property taxes targeting white or wealthy neighborhoods for inequity. Critics interpret his globalized capitalism and Hamas-related evasion and terrorist support. So, basically says everything I said. Great news. Next, you got to get to 52% of pretty ridiculous. If it's a high income shit. No shit, we're not charging homeless people 52%. That seems a little bit manipulative, isn't it? But, no. The 52% actually does reflect Mount Downey's plan over here. Omitting a threshold doesn't alter its scope. Alright? He is explicitly a prison abolitionist. He's like, and what would be good if it does in prison? He's explicitly a prison abolitionist, blah blah blah. The guy keeps fighting. There seems to be pastors that say he wants to abolish the prison system as we know it, which actually means he wants to reform the incarceration and prison systems, reform, focus on the rehabilitation instead of the punishment. No. Right? Say, prison abolitionism would come down to endorses via the SA platforms and actions like those monster rights explosion and blah 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 blah. Would he be abolishing all incarceration or maybe just non-violent crime? The response, nope. It's all prisons. It's all prisons. I agree. This policy does seem Brock not giving you the answers you want. Anyway, this is amazing. I have to say, this is incredible. I was just enjoying it the whole way through. But no, I got so many responses to this tweet calling me racist, and I was just completely correct about everything I was saying. But now, if you actually look, I want to show you a Democratic invasion. So this is the 2025 New York City mayor election. Currently, as you know, Dora Giuliani has a 93% chance of winning. But if you actually look, among American-born New Yorkers, Anthony Cuomo, the independent candidate, has a 40% chance. Has 40% of the vote. Zoran Mamdani is 31. But if you look at foreign-born New Yorkers, Zoran Mamdani is 62% of the vote. And Andrew Cuomo only has 24% of the vote, which is probably why he's going to win. It seems like he's winning because of the mass amount of foreign-born New Yorkers that will be voting for him. Because the actual New Yorkers that are born in New York, those motherfuckers do not want Mamdani to be president. This is what we call a democratically conquered city. This is being conquered by democracy. It's massive immigrations, and these people will literally just vote to create the new mayor of New Yorkistan to actually work differently. They Londonize the place, and that's where we're at. Now, this is actually diabolical. Argue that this is some of the people that are getting override laws, but people voting in people that are trying to best serve our country. Anyway, because no one knows that will come up. However, this is the refugee from Gaza having a total meltdown over her neighbor's Halloween decoration.
This is the person who comes this week. This is what's the common like the common color? Yes, it's another. What is following that? We have young people who have questions and us. It's got the souls.
say that they're but this is actually contrary. That's pretty odd. And just remind you that an actual enemy pushed by radical Islamists throughout the Middle East is that we will conquer you by the ballot or with the bullet. Either by immigrating to your countries and outvoting you, or by fighting you. But it is a colonial religion, and every time someone complains about colonizers and colonization and colonialism, the number one colonial group in the world is Islam. And that's just a fact, whether you like it or not. I'm not trying to be rude here. That's really what it is, and there's no two ways about it. I'm not trying to be controversial. I'm just saying it for what it is. You can call me racist, but you can't call me wrong. Anyway, this is Dearborn, Michigan. I've shown you this clip. There's been an update. So this is a Christian pastor talking to the mayor of Dearborn, a Muslim fella, and saying, "Hey, we have a complaint."
I mean, it's going on. So, complaints and many Americans. So, I just feel it's quite inappropriate to understand.
So what this guy is saying is, why are you naming a street after a guy that supports Hezbollah, or after a Hezbollah fighter that is a guy that literally contributed to the murder of 200 Americans? This is an old clip, but there's...
It's the day that I launch a parade celebrating the 15th terrace. So many believers coexist.
Right, so, first of all, no one believes in coexistence less than radical Islam. For the record, in Muslim-majority countries, if you're not a Muslim, you're not even allowed to be part of the government, right? They expect, there's something called, what's it called, the extra tax, the jizya, right? Where if you're a non-Muslim, you have to pay additional taxes to Muslims, right? For example, the Jews that live in Muslim countries have to pay additional taxes, whereas Christians would execute because they believe Christians are praying to Jesus, who is not God and just a man, and therefore entitled to stuff like that. So, yeah, Muslims were historically worse than Christians than Jews, even though current day, I guess it's pretty neck and neck, it seems. Aaron, thanks for the 10 subs. But anyway, so that's the jizya tax. So no, they don't believe in coexistence, for the record. But let's make this clear. These people do not believe in coexistence, which is why they're literally kicking a Christian pastor out of the city. Like, yo, can we not name a street after a Hezbollah terrorist? The Jimmy? Whatever. Anyway, so this is an old clip where the Muslim mayor of Dearborn kicks a Christian pastor out of the city because he was like, yo, could we please not name a street after a terrorist? Now, the update is, this is what's going on in Dearborn now. This is what protesters were chanting in Dearborn.
Not a great look. The mayor condemned it. The White House condemned it. But what about Congresswoman Rashida Tlaib? She reps Dearborn. Is she okay with her constituents chanting "Death to America"? Fox Business correspondent Hillary Vaughn asked her. Watch.
Look at all the assimilation that we just saw.
Congresswoman Tlaib, in your district, people were chanting "Death to America." Do you condemn chants of "Death to America"?
People against racist Trump.
Why can't you just say that you condemn people chanting "Death to America"?
They're all the same. They're all the same. They will use your freedoms against you. 9/11 happened. You know, Zoran Mamdani most affected. All right? They're like, yo, could please not name a street after a terrorist? Kicks you out of the city. Like, yo, can you condemn chanting "Death to America"? You must be racist.
Are you afraid to talk to Fox?
It's not. No, listen, using racist tropes towards my community, it's what that's what. It's about, I don't talk about schools.
Death to America racist? Is chanting "Death to America" racist?
Racist tropes. You guys know exactly what you do. You know, it's not a whole. You gotta go chill with your own self. You're not gonna use me.
Yeah, that's right. You figure out the whole Death to America thing yourself. I'm not going to condemn it.
Smartsheet has revolutionized the way that I work, and I just can't see a day without it.
The path to a college degree is more affordable than you think. With Sophia Learning, you can take real college-level courses.
Spreadsheet that I love working in, that we all are surrounded by, was built on slavery and genocide and rape and oppression. In Congress, it comes from the streets, it comes from all of us, all of us, seizing the power to resist and fight back. None of that is encompassed in this country.
That really kind of seems like someone is pretty pro-terrorist. Like, how many people do take to the streets and come through the country by the streets, dressed like your grandma in a Hamas neckerchief? God, does the moral compass and this murder pedophiles that kill their own people? Like, are we really doing this? Like, this is insane. So, anyway, anywho, that's what's happening in here. Alright, so, you know, look at all the assimilation of in depth in America. That's really one of the major topic of this video to me. It's not even assimilation. I don't need everyone to follow the exact same doctrine. You just need to follow basic, I guess, American values, right? Like, I'm not asking for like a really high bar here or anything, but this is insane. It's in America, what are we doing? Why are we okay with this? Why are we tolerating this now? Next major portion of this video is going to be about Mehdi Hassan. This guy over here, he is a British Pakistani American. He recently immigrated to America, and he hates America, and he's doing his absolute best to destroy America from the inside. So before we actually discuss the actual drama between him and Matt Walsh, and then we're going to obviously get into the later part of the video, what's going on in Europe a little bit. Let me introduce you to him. This Mehdi Hassan is doing an interview in a show with a good friend of his, Reza, where essentially he runs defense for Iran.
Reza, you watched, I think a lot of people who from that reaction saw some of that Tucker Carlson. And a friend of mine texted me and said, are we allowed to like Tucker Carlson for 48 hours? 48 hours? Yes.
Right, because Tucker Carlson was like pro-Iran, so he's like, now we like it because he's pro-Iran. Alright, so this guy, we're not going to show you the whole video because that's not really the point, but essentially he's, you know, he likes Iran more than America, and this is him and Reza, his good buddy Reza, doing a show together. Now, obviously, I don't believe in canceling people by osmosis, but I have to introduce you to what Reza actually is all about. Reza characters. So this is Reza promoting Iran regime, pro-regime, communist, right? Reza is a pro-Iran guy, friend of Mehdi Hassan. I wonder if there's a coincidence there. Also, Reza was well known for being brain.
What the fuck?
Human brain is not normally considered assimilating to American culture. He actually is a cannibal that has actually eaten human brains. Apparently, he makes like charcoal. He doesn't like it very much, but he has tried it. So he's a good company. Yes. Now, this is a Hitler that started an entire war on. And honestly, this is great a lot. So let's look at the assignment to say that kicked off this entire drama.
I think that if you can play church bells, you can play the folk prayer. Be as American as anyone else, and don't take any BS money. I think
so. It's 5 seconds long. It's not a big deal. If you can play church bells in the imagination, you should also be able to believe it's the folk prayer purpose. Now, there are multiple differences between the church bell and the folk. So I'm going to start by explaining them before we actually get into the details here in the front. A church bell is a nice little jingle that ends every couple hours. It's like 3 hours or something, and it's light and it's not intrusive. And I lived next to a church growing up, and it really didn't affect my life in any meaningful way at all. Also, America was built by Christians. Every hour depends on anyway, call to prayer, the Islamic call to prayer, is 5 hours. It's 5 times a day. All right? And it blasts super loud. The point of it is to wake everyone. Get them to become ready. So, that's the call to prayer that is starting at 5 a.m., 5 times a day, super loud. And it's also not a non-inclusive jingle. It is prayer. It is blasting Arabic prayer. That is being called prayer. Blasting Arabic sounds. Again, I've heard it all the time. Like, for example, where the temple was, King Solomon's temple, after Islam invaded the area and built their Al-Aqsa mosque on top of the ruins of King Solomon's temple, they blasted from there all the time. So I've heard it, visiting the old city of Jerusalem. You hear it basically all the time. It's super loud, Dome of the Rocket. It's super freaking loud. Anywho, let's move on. All right, I feel like it's important. Come on, now that we understand the whole and the obvious difference between playing church jingle in a Christian nation versus blasting a call to prayer 5 times a day in a Christian nation. All right, this guy said, as you can see, this is 6 million views. This became quite the discussion, and it's a little bit diabolical. All right, so it all started while saying Christianity built this country. Islam did not at all in even the slightest way. That's why we can have our church bells going great a little bit. Now, this is based as fuck. Alright, now this is based. Now, again, I can give you multiple differences between the two. I think one major one is that the church bells really isn't intrusive, whereas the call to prayer is. That's one. And two, the whole, it's a Christian nation, and you can leave, and you don't have to be here. Alright, there's a lot of Muslim countries that you can go to if you really want to call to prayer, and if you don't like that, you can. Another thing that got a lot of people annoyed is him saying, we are as Americans as everyone else, when he's inherently pushing things that are illegal. Because you are not allowed to flash church bells. I mean, you're not allowed to flash call to prayers super loud because there is actually a rule. There is actually a law that is called noise complaining. That's right. You can noise complain if the noise is too loud. You can't just blast random sounds. So it's technically illegal. And anyway, we got to move on. We got to watch this. So, Medya Sancho, one of the 3 of the slaves who built this country with Muslim history. This is not true, okay? It's just a straight up lie. Less than 10% of slaves were Muslim. That's one. And 2, slaves didn't build the country. I know this is going to be really controversial for you to hear, but slaves actually did not build the country. The white people built the country, all right? It is a white person country built by white people, all right? If you want to play this game, then there were tons of Balkan slaves that were used to build fucking North Africa, all right, and the Middle East. So if you want to say that, Muslims built America, then the whites built the Middle East and North Africa. Give it to us. Why are we playing this game? Settlers built the country. Only 2% of Americans were slave owners. Less than 10% of them were actually Muslim. Muslims didn't build the country. This is important. And also, out of everyone to call out slavery, it's the Muslims calling out slavery where there is still active Muslim slavery around the world. Anyway, they were not long here before they were long here before Muslims study history, but no man actually should be studying. Oh, and yes, you don't count slaves as people or Americans. Good guess, but no one ever said that. James, no, I guess you can actually get the class. And the British French. Alright, part of the slaves came from there. So everyone knows this. Sorry. It's actually insane. It's actually insane to think that you have the right to get class prayer music because a tiny percentage, a 0.1% of the population are Muslim slaves, and therefore that dictates the culture moving forward. Alright, anyway. Remarkable, yes, Hunts founded a Muslim queen of the founding of the United States. Like a 12th century scribe, falsifying archives to give his clan a claim to the neighbor's land. Mehdi delivers the goods so he can feel justified in attacking America. It is so unbearably obvious what the point of this is, and it's for conquering the country, and it's really for nothing else. And dude, I think that Mehdi Hassan, as well as Hassan Piker, as well as Cenk Uygur, I really think they're all psyops. I'm not saying that every Muslim in America is a psyop trying to conquer the country, but I do think the radicals are. And I do think that all these guys are. The fact that these guys care about Palestine more than America, it really goes to show that you do not care about America and you want it to be destroyed. All right? This is insane. It's absolutely diabolical to consider the fact that America should be considered a Muslim country because a couple of slaves were Muslims at the time. Sold by Muslims, by the way. Anyway, Muslims did not build the United States. This is just a crazy and weird thing to say. It's like saying Jamaicans built Japan or something. Muslim population share of the United States, 1750, 0.1%, 1800, 0.1, 0.1, 0.1, 1950, 0.05, 2000, 0.5, 2025, now today, 1.6%. But again, this is, giving you this made-up, fake, stolen land argument. It really is kind of gross, and it's very obviously for the purpose of colonialism. So Matt Walsh decided to do fun, and it's amazing. This country was not built by slaves, much less the handful of Muslim ones owned by the 2% of Americans who ever had slaves to begin with. The vast majority of infrastructure and industry in this country was built by the labor of free men. Every Muslim country on the planet had slavery for exponentially longer and relied on it for exponentially more than the USA ever did, which is why Western countries had to shut down the Arab slave trade by force. Anyway, you're a British Muslim who came here 10 years ago, so I don't expect you to know anything about my country, and you don't. Alright, a pretty valid response. Obviously, you have someone with a Palestine flag saying completely incorrect. It's obviously Islamophobia. This is insane. Only 2%, and they didn't even build anything. Then why was there a war fought over them? I don't know. It's because Republicans care about human life, unlike the leftovers. That's pretty classic. I mean, it is the left that fought for slavery, right? The left for the Ku Klux Klan, the left fought for slavery. It's pretty consistently been the left that doesn't view humans as humans, which is why there are 1 million abortions a year, which is unironically the modern Holocaust. Right? Everyone wants to chant and yell and point fingers. The modern Holocaust is the 1 million babies murdered every single year in America. Okay? 1 million of them. And 99% of them are done for convenience reasons. Alright? Sorry, don't want to be controversial, but I don't need the leftoids to tell me about valuing human life. Anyway, moving on.
Celebrate Sex Week's birthday with Hot Wall's handcrafted t-shirts. Who's got socks?
Visiting a Subaru retailer for service is the best way to keep your Subaru the way you love. They'll care for your vehicle with factory-trained teams.
Mehdi Hassan responds. This is awesome. I had a suspicion your response would be, hey, slavery wasn't so bad. He never said that. He just said, the reality, the fact, that it was only 2% of Americans who ever had slaves. But he is translating this in the leftoid, great... fashion. That's the classic maneuver. I'm going to take the thing you said, and I'm going to turn it into something you didn't say, and now I'm going to call you racist because of it. Straight, obvious gaslighting. I had a suspicion you respected me slavery with Japan. That's not what he said, actually. In fact, what he said is that the Muslims are the bad guys, because they had more slaves. If you actually wanted to translate what Matt Walsh said, it would be more along those lines. You know, how in Saudi Arabia right now they still have slaves. You know how in Syria they have slaves. You know how in Gaza they literally took Yazidi sex slaves and raped them, children. You probably are aware of that because you study Middle Eastern history, and you'll find a reason why that's actually moral and justified. Now, you actually don't care about any of that, but normal humans do. In fact, it was Christian that abolished slavery. So him going and saying that I thought you'd say this is just diabolical, evil, and obviously false if you think of it. Also, there are no railroads without slaves. The White House or Capitol without slaves. I'm going to educate you on you are actually our history. Because he immigrated to America 10 years ago to the most ungrateful prick on the fucking planet. I feel like Mehdi Hassan doesn't realize he's actually just waking everyone up to the actual threat in our country. A lot of people, until now, everyone likes turning the blind eye, right? No one wants to talk about it, right? Everyone's like, oh, no, think I'm not Islamophobic or anything. Right? Everyone's turning a blind eye, but Mehdi Hassan is doing a pretty good job to make it really obvious. Muslims helped build this country long before the wall should. You're still running the fucking fraudery. We are reaching levels of we previously thought impossible. We was king. Look at all these Muslims building the country. Anyway, anywho, to lose it, thanks for putting me on the front page of Cape. You can follow me at cape.com/Nuxon if you're watching this on YouTube. So yeah, anyway, this is pretty insane. Anywho, he wasn't only called out by Matt Walsh, he was also called out by Congressman Brandon Gill. Now, also, I think this is something. Notice that this tweet has 7,000 likes. These are all Muslims. The radical left. Just want to make that click just for a second. I just want to understand what you're talking about. Matt Walsh, on the other hand, got 16,000 likes. From, like, average American. Like, yeah, what the fuck? This is great. Anywho, Congressman Brandon Gill says we can move here en masse and fundamentally transform the landscape of American public life. Which, to be honest, is exactly what he's saying. He is saying we are going to mass immigrate. We're as American as you are now, and we're going to be blasting calls to prayer and conquering your country by force. Because calls to prayer essentially are air superiority. They're actual airwave dominance. That's the point of it. It's annoying as fuck. It really is. And if it's your culture and you want to do it, that's totally fine. Do it in your own country. I don't really see the problem. Anywho, Mehdi Hassan says your wife is an Indian American, the daughter of an Indian immigrant. That is not the argument. That's not the argument at all. Is she partaking in the Indian flinging festival in America? If she's out there flinging poo at people because it's her culture, alright, it sounds a little racist, not gonna lie, but it really is the Indian poo flinging festival, I'm not even joking. But if she's doing it, then yes, I actually wouldn't support reporting her, not gonna lie. But she doesn't do that! She doesn't do that, okay? This is crazy. Like, how can you possibly compare the fact that someone is the daughter of an immigrant versus I want to transform your country into my cult? Like, are we not on the same page? Is this not insane? Like, oh my lord, it's insanity. This is like an obvious, like again, this is like the classic leftoid brain rot argument, doing their absolute best to manipulate you, with honestly zero logic. Like, it's such an illogical argument. It's hilarious. Anyway. Congressman Brandon Gill responded. Now, again, I urge you to look at the likes. This is 19,000 likes versus 97,000 likes. It's very obvious where the public opinion is. My wife is a Christian and doesn't want to hear your oppressive Muslim prayer calls either. If you want to live in a Muslim country, go back to the UK. No. So sorry, not back to the UK. Now, this is funny because, like, you have people in the comments, well, my wife is an atheist. Doesn't want to hear your oppressive church bells. No, it's a Christian nation, so that just sucks, I guess. Anyway, that sucks for you, bro. It's also not oppressive in my experience, but I don't know, maybe some people feel that way. Alright, now, this is crazy. This is crazy. So, I want to make something very clear. Basic biblical ethics are, it's totally fine to marry someone of another culture. You should just share the same religion. It's like that in Judaism. It's like that in Christianity as well. It's actually even like that in Islam. Even though Mehdi Hassan doesn't actually care about anything, he's literally just lying to manipulate you. But in all three of these different religions, basically marry someone with a similar worldview that you have and the same religion as you, ideally, and move on with your life. Actually, there is no crime or sin to marrying someone who comes from a different culture. That's not a real thing. It's never mentioned. All right? Jews, want to marry Jews. Convert to Judaism. It doesn't matter what color you are, what culture you're from. It really doesn't matter. And it's really like that, with, as far as I understand, Christianity and Islam as well. It just kind of sounds like Mehdi Hassan is pretty racist here. So Mehdi responds to this, obviously, saying multiple GOP sitting members of Congress sound like KKK wizards. The level of ignorance, racism, and Christian nationalism are off the charts. Good luck to the poor Muslim Americans who have to live in this guy's district. This guy didn't say anything Islamophobic, for the record. In my opinion, he didn't say anything Islamophobic. Jews could marry other tribes of Israel at the same time their own tribe. That's literally not true. That is literally just not true. Anyway, there's nothing Islamophobic here at all. Calling him a KKK member for saying, I'm Christian, my wife is a Christian, we don't want to hear blasting Muslim call to prayer at 5 o'clock in the morning. All right? That's crazy. That's insane. Like, do you realize how crazy this is? This is like such an innocuous tweet. And he's like, yeah, no, the members of Congress are now KKK members, and also Christian nationalism are off the charts. Like, that's a bad thing. What is wrong with Christian nationalism? For the record, this is, again, coming from the #1 colonial religion of all time. Like, again, you have to understand the irony here. Like, you realize Islamists would execute people for not converting to Islam. He's not executing you for not being a Christian. He just doesn't want you to blast shit. Like, what are you talking about? This is complete insanity. I said, yes, I don't want Muslim calls to prayers blasting super loud 5 times a day, starting at 5 a.m. in my little Christian town. The KKK, classic. Everyone loves this clip. This clip got super popular, where Mehdi Hassan calls all non-Muslims animals.
At Raising Cane's, we focus on being the best at one thing and getting it right every time, which is why every...
In Islam, the ends do not justify the means. This idea is totally alien to Islam. In Islam, what is halal is halal, what is haram is haram. We do not bend our law, our morality for our short-term aims. Never. And we never lose the moral high ground. If we know anything of Sayyidina Muhammad, of Sayyidina Ali, of Sayyidina Hassan, of Sayyidina Hussein, we know that keeping the moral high ground is food. Once we lose the moral, we know that keeping the moral high ground is food. Once we lose the moral high ground, we are no different from the rest of the non-Muslims, from the rest of those human beings who live their lives as animals, bending any rule to fulfill any desire.
Yeah, so if you don't follow the words of Islam, you don't have the moral high ground, and if you're a non-Muslim, you're an animal. All right, that's again, but this guy, this congressman, is a KKK wizard, because he doesn't want to hear blasting music. I was going to say music, but it's not music. Blasting calls to prayer at 5 o'clock in the morning, every single day. You know what? I'm going to play it for you, just because you think I'm joking about this, probably. But again, I've heard it multiple times, so I am fully aware of exactly what it sounds like. Right, so anyway, that's very much not like a church bell. Alright, so this would be blasting at 5 o'clock in the morning, and the purpose is to wake you. Alright, you understand, the call to prayer is literally, it's the alarm clock. It's the alarm clock to come pray. Alright, you have to understand, it does not sound like a church bell. It's like, so anyway, the point is to wake you and bring you to the mosque at 5. And then another 4 more times, because it's 5 times every single day. Now, anywho, so this is him saying that he's a KKK guy because he doesn't want that blasting 5 times a day in little Christian towns. And that's apparently racist and stuff. That's pretty crazy. Anyway, moving on. So Matt Walsh said, Christianity built this country. Islam did not, even in the slightest way. You're an ungrateful bitch. And he retweeted that saying, spoken like a true Christian and follower of Jesus. I love when people do that. No, I'm not Christian, and I have nothing but contempt for your backwards religious beliefs. But yeah, this argument wouldn't work on me. But maybe if I use it on you, you'll do what I want. Very classic. You know, it's like, I'm not a Christian, I don't believe in any of that, but I'm still going to try to use it against you. And for the record, the Crusades happened. That was Christian. So, not a hill I would want to die on if I were you. It says, be a better Christian and turn the other cheek to Muslim immigration and the call to prayer in American communities. Thanks, Mendy. I think we'll pass. So, Mendy responds to this, obviously, because he can't fucking shut up. Do please show me in the Gospels where Jesus angrily referred to people he disagreed with as little bitches. You're really trying to invalidate an entire argument because someone used the term little bitch? Or do I now have to teach you about the content of the Gospels as well as the content of the First Amendment and U.S. history? You're 0 for 3. Like, dude's literally fighting the demons in his own head and making believe he's winning. Oh my god, this is crazy. Oh my lord. Like, he's a psycho. By the way, you think he's just some random little guy. He's not. This is one of the biggest, quote-unquote, journalists of all time. He runs Zateo News, which, of course, collaborates with Al Jazeera all the time. But dude, he has 2 million followers. He's massive. All right, people don't understand. All right, so anyway, this guy says there's 50 plus Muslim majority countries in the world with the call to prayer is publicly broadcast 5 times a day. He chose to move to America, assimilating to our way or life or leaving. Like it is a very popular opinion actually that you should not be coming in to conquer. Mehdi Hassan says, our way of life. How do I know that you're an American? Again, literally not a response whatsoever. Not a dispute of the argument. Literally just saying, well, I didn't see your passport, so I don't have to talk to you. We have now hit the Muslims built America stage of mass migration. Oh my god, it's crazy. I love this word. It's actually so cool. Dude, it's crazy how people are actually waking up in real time. So his response is, sorry that Fordham didn't educate you enough that this Muslim American immigrant is having to educate you on American history. Dude, this guy is such a fucking pathetic bitch. It's crazy. So, anywho, like, this is a glorious crash out. The fact that he's crashing out this much is amazing. Our history. We sound like a walking advertisement for restricting legal immigration. True! He doesn't even realize how much he's advertising for this. And he's like, you're a walking ad for the KKK. Like, again, it's the classic leftoid strategy of, well, actually, you're racist. Well, actually, you're a Hitler. Well, actually, you're a Hitler guy. So, anywho, Freedom Tunes says, always remember this, Mehdi Hassan, when Christians don't act like Jesus, we're disappointed. When Muslims don't act like Mohammed, we're relieved. It's pretty fucking crazy line, I'm not gonna lie. You fucking went all out with that one. So, anyway, I wanted to address this as well, because this is another point that Mehdi Hassan was beefing with. So this guy says, we American Jews do not want to spread our religion on Americans. Islamic fundamentalists and like Mehdi believe it's a religious mandate to spread Islam all over America. That's why blasting mosques call to prayer at 5 a.m. is so important to him. It's about control. I actually kind of agree. Again, I'm not here trying to convert anybody to Judaism either. That's not my thing. I understand, recognize, and I'm super grateful for the fact that America is a Christian nation that has been super welcoming and good to me, and I'm going to do my best to pay my taxes and make sure that I can make America as good as I possibly can. Because you guys are great. Love you guys. Anyway, this is I've been here for generations, also to be clear. So Mehdi Hassan responds with this, and I think this is an important one. This is good. Oh, the hypocrisy and gaslighting from the Jewish conservatives who are desperate to win the approval of the new white Christian nationalist allies. Blasting the Muslim call to prayer is bad, you say? And he shows an article from 2016. Brooklyn residents complain neighborhood Shabbat siren too loud. Now, there's a big difference between the Shabbat siren and the Muslim call to prayer. All right, the Shabbat siren, one, is rarely done. It's only done in Hasidic communities. All right, like the guys with like the big hats and like the long coats. That's the only places where it's done. That's one. Two, it's once a week, like in the afternoon, as opposed to 5 times a day starting in the morning. It's also a little siren that's done in a generally very, very Orthodox community to remind people that Shabbat is starting, like the Friday afternoon, and it goes for like 30 seconds. And that's it. Now, if you don't like it, honestly, and if it's really genuinely bothering you, you should complain and it should be stopped if it's really bothering you. I just don't think it actually really bothers people. Again, this is not my position. If you think that it's actually a really intrusive, annoying sound, I would actually be on board with stopping it. I just don't find it to be intrusive or annoying. It's once a week in an afternoon. It's just to remind you that Shabbat started, and that's basically it. And it's only in like actual very Orthodox communities, as opposed to the call to prayer, which is literally done to annoy people and try to convert them to Islam. But anywho, that's my opinion. You have a right to disagree, and I would actually understand if you do. I just wanted to get you to get you in on the news. So this guy made a video talking about the Islam call to prayer versus the siren.
I think that if you can play church bells, you can pray the call to prayer. We are as American as anyone else, and don't take any BS.
No, I disagree with this. Church bells and the call to prayer are not the same thing.
True.
For starters, church bells are simply auditory. When I say that, I mean sound.
True.
It's purely instrumental tones. Like there's no doctrine, there's no speech, no words. The bell doesn't declare a religious statement. It simply indicates something is happening. Also, the vast majority of churches aren't using church bells. And
Also
in most
true.
cases, it's 1 to 2 days per week. And in many cases, like twice on Sunday. So maybe like 2 times a week, the bell is rung. That can change depending on the context. But the Muslim call to prayer is 5 times per day, 7 days a week. And they are telling you God is the greatest. They're talking about Allah. And that call to prayer is saying
And it's also in Arabic. It's not like people actually understand.
There's no God but Allah. And there's more than that. But I don't want another religion blaring out of their speakers 5 times a day telling me that their God is the true God. Not interested in that. So no, they shouldn't be able to blast this into public spaces 5 times a day. In churches ringing church bells sometimes compared to Muslims blasting the call to prayer 5 times a day, every day of the week, 365 a year. Yeah, that's
Also starting at 5 a.m. All right, dude, we have alarm clocks. All right, you can set an alarm on your phone. You don't need the mosque to wake you in the morning.
And I don't think we should allow mosques to be blasting the call to prayer. And I think Americans as a whole, we need to become more serious about assimilation. I think we're too laid back and too relaxed about assimilation. If people want to come into this country, we need to be working to ensure that they're going to assimilate into our culture, not come here and then plant their culture down and try to spread their culture in our country. So yeah, Muslims should not be allowed to blast the call to prayer in public. Anyway, just a reminder, I have a free email newsletter.
Yeah. So again, I think this is like a pretty basic, very obvious thing. Like it really, really is. It's like if you come to the country, you shouldn't come here with the intention to subvert the country and turn it into your own little fucking caliphate of the Islamic Empire, all right? Or any empire for that matter. It really doesn't matter. There really shouldn't be a thing where you come here and you try to turn our country into something that it isn't. I think that's actually, pretty obvious. I'm not gonna lie. And most people that think about it, even for a second, would agree. It's insane.
Wyoming's unique. We're in the mountains, we're high elevation, and we get a lot of extreme weather. You can't just go with a regular truck. You have to be prepared. You have to have that truck stocked, ready to rock and roll. There ain't no hardware store in some of these towns. What Service Titan has done is been able to let us see exactly what we're going to need for that job. Make sure the trucks are prepared and ready to rock and roll before we even leave Rock Spring.
We have the knowledge to actually be able to converse with the customer, explain to them the issues.
Mehdi is such an obnoxious, odious, subversive immigrant to the U.S. that he will likely single-handedly get the Trump admin to restrict naturalization. Ooh. Ooh, every time Mehdi tweets, 100 Democrats become Republicans. Diabolical. And to that point, look at what this guy says. This is wild. We need to ban Islam from the United States quick, fast, and in a hurry. This is not a big account. This is just some guy, 80,000 followers, not 40,000. People are obviously looking at this. This is crazy. Of course, you're going to have, like, this red pill media, right, exposing Zionist terrorism America first. This is the account based in Karachi, Pakistan, for those of you that are unaware. Now do Judaism. Again, I'm not saying that you're not allowed to be a Muslim. Not a fan of that, personally. I do believe in freedom of religion. I just think that we have to make sure that there are not people coming in here literally to subvert us and support terrorism. And you find, I don't know, terrorist Jew, you should deport him. Not gonna lie, absolutely, get him out. That goes for basically everyone. Actually, it actually goes for everyone. I'm pretty by the book. All right, it's pretty honestly pretty basic about this. It's pretty cool. Anyway, anywho, I wanted to show you what else is going on around the world before we get to Matt Walsh's response. So this is Canada. Oh, Canada. So this is Canada.
And Canada is a white supremacist, colonial, racist project, as is Israel, as is the state of Israel. So I don't even consider myself to be a Canadian because this is
someone who immigrated to Canada.
Indigenous land, and this land is occupied. So the people who are here, whether they are settlers,
response. So this is Canada. Oh, Canada. So this is Canada.
Canada is a white supremacist, colonial, racist project, as is Israel, as is the state of Israel. So I don't even consider myself to be a Canadian because
This is someone who immigrated to Canada.
Indigenous lands, and this land is occupied. So the people who
What is going on? Laura's chakra, which had started to separate from his body, is now clinging fast to it. Still reanimated?
When you need disappeared, the reanimation jutsu will happen. The reanimation jutsu is a jutsu that summons back the dead. There is to it. Blood risk. As long as they move inside the domain, the reanimated Shibuya can actually rescind the reanimation jutsu summoning contract they ran.
They can rescind the contract?
That happens. You end up with the biggest problem. An immortal body and adventure. A really pathetic way to control the strength.
Help me.
Tell the jutsu caster to never use a forbidden jutsu like this carelessly. Reanimation jutsu, please. Your meticulously chosen out jutsu cannot hold me back. Don't you get it?
What?
Lord Chicago. So okay, but this is beyond that. We cannot.
Are here, whether they are symptoms. We firstly need to educate ourselves about what has happened on this land and what is continuously happening in order for us to be able to understand what our government or this government is doing abroad and overseas.
So these people are literally being imported into Canada, and they're talking about how we need to destroy Canada in 25 years, and Israel and Canada, and basically the whole West, because it's all evil. All of it's evil needs to be destroyed. Again, let me just remind you. One of the holiest places in Islam, the Al-Aqsa Mosque, is literally built on the ruins of the Temple of Solomon. And if you know anything about Jewish history or Christian history, you will know what that is. On top of those ruins is a mosque. And you are going to tell me, come on, and you are going to tell me that you are anti-colonialism? Are you actually, seriously, wait, you don't know about that? Wait, you actually don't know about that? Yeah, no, actually. It's one of their biggest mosques. It's literally on the ruins of the temple. That's colonizing.
What changed this option that we knew from the beginning? Really wanted to
First, let's look at those things.
They're ready for like most of it is from Zon. Takes the time to clean up after all the sump and all the waste. So we actually made a lot of their after that. The whole idea is that while it's trying to clean the streets of Zon, literally, they are also trying to clean up the streets of Zon figuratively by helping people. And they're just trying to do their best. They have all these interesting foods to name them. And so they repurpose their cleaning functions for panels. So we got things like air purifier, you see a spinning turbine, or you see a wrecking ball in the air. All these like demolition and construction things are
Very obviously. Why are there 16 Islamic majority countries if they're not colonizing people? Like, what are we talking about? I mean, it's...
Things. Tell the truth. You actually like the best is the fruit, right? I'm just kidding, Hinata. Rock, paper, scissors. That means you lost, Gino. So here's my question. Game's over now. What? You can't just go changing the rules. Rock, paper, scissors.
when it was that time.
Man, these guys throw up a dude. That's what was going on. Random EV down short, Bitcoin on the
Stay back, demon. Stay back. You tell me how many take a fucking hell. Oh my god, it's Ragus. Oh my god, it's Ragus. Come on in! Come on in! Come in! Come on in! Come in! Come in! You a big guy?
It's insane. It's a crazy argument. And they keep doing it.
Hey, are those machine gun earrings dangling her?
Yeah, machine gun earrings. My name is Esther Karam.
Okay.
Okay, I'm 22 years old. I'm a Palestinian. I have no fucking problem saying I support Hamas. Because they have...
Alright, so you support terrorists. You should be deported. This is literally a terrorist. I'm not even joking. This is an actual terrorist. Okay? Why are we letting these people take over our countries? Hamas is a terrorist organization. In fact, this is what Hamas has been doing. Torturing Palestinians in broad daylight. This is new from today. In case you were curious, I already showed you a previous one. Obviously, Mehdi Hassan has nothing to say about something like this. He only cares about when Palestinians get killed by Jews, or Christians, or America, or Israel, or something like that. They don't actually care. They don't actually give a shit whatsoever at all. Now, what's going on in Ireland is pretty interesting, because it's almost like this is a global phenomenon. In Ireland, there was a 10-year-old that got raped. And all of a sudden, a lot of people were protesting a lot of the immigration policies. They were protesting the immigration because they're like literally bringing these people in. Now, this guy over here, the Prime Minister of Ireland, condemns the protests. Not the rape of the 10-year-old, but he condemns the protest. As you can see, he gets absolutely fucking obliterated in the responses. Like, dude, look at this is the Prime Minister. He got absolutely annihilated. People are starting to wake up and realize. Japan, in fact, elected a far-right politician. Japan's first female Prime Minister is a far-right politician that is super anti-immigration. Of course, your usual suspects. This is a trans VTuber that says, female Hitler won because of the normalization of blaming immigrants for everyone's struggles. Or, you know, that. Or, I don't know, the fact that statistically it's the immigrants from specific countries that participate in the majority of rapes, maybe. Maybe it's the increased rate of rape that happens, or pedophilia. Maybe it's that, but no, it's probably the racism that does it. It's the racism that does it, absolutely. In case you wanted some stats, Muslims comprise 6.5% of the UK population. Also, they're 44% of the unemployed population. 30% of birth defects because they're inbred. 18% of prisons. 27%. 30% of birth defects because they're inbred. 18% of prisons. 27% of social housing, 67% of terror attacks, and 84% of child gang rapes. 6% does 84% of child gang rapes. Probably a coincidence. Lots of coincidences. This happened today in England. Muhammad from Pakistan attempted to rape a 13-year-old, and here's the craziest part. This is him saying, I'm sorry, he didn't know it was illegal.
Got any girls? Yes. How old? 4 years old. So why are you doing this when you've got a 4-year-old child yourself?
Thanks. It's sorry, Thanks. We're going to have to call the police, okay? Yeah. Call the police.
Yeah, and then his wife comes out to actually defend him. You can't even make this up. Yeah, he's smiling. All of a sudden he didn't realize. Oops, I didn't know. This is happening in Sweden. Then his wife comes out to actually defend him.
No. So why?
This is him saying, I'm sorry. Coincidence. Probably a coincidence. Lots of coincidences. This happened today in England. Muhammad from Pakistan attempted to rape a 13-year-old, and here's the craziest part. This is him saying, I'm sorry, he didn't know it was illegal.
Got any girls? How old? 4 years old. So why are you doing this when you've got a 4-year-old child yourself?
Thanks. It's sorry, Thanks. We're going to have to call the police, okay? Yeah. Call the police.
Yeah, and then his wife comes out to actually defend him. You can't even make this up. He's smiling. All of a sudden he didn't realize. Oops, I didn't know. This is happening in Sweden. The Swedish court ruled that the Muhammad from Pakistan attempted to rape a 13-year-old, and here's the craziest part. This is him saying, I'm sorry, he didn't know it was illegal. Let me get up. How old? 4 years old. So why are you doing this when you've got a 4-year-old child yourself? Thanks. It's sorry. Yeah, and then his wife comes out to actually defend him.
Yes, yesterday there was a vote that they said Israel annexing the West Bank. Do you see it as a challenge to peace efforts?
Where are you from? You're from France, right? You can't understand what you say.
Keith the Real Marvel, 1987. 1987. Three, two, one. Okay, didn't expect that. Keith the Real.
They said the Chargers from the 76. He played for the Blazers. Are you sure? You think so?
Well, the way it's like Chevy.
Eritrean migrant who raped a 16-year-old girl won't be deported. You know why? Because the rape didn't last long enough.
We have got to the point where literally anybody can build a fully working app without knowing how to code. This is Base 44. This is the first look at the current industry-leading AI app builder, and you wouldn't believe the kind of apps that people are creating. Smart nutrition apps, inventory trackers, onboarding tools.
The migrant's name was Mohammed. Probably a coincidence. Because the rape wasn't long enough, they didn't deport him. Like, wow, it's shocking. Why we don't need to live like this? What's even going on? Now, to remind you, Al Jazeera, I'm going to mention this as often as I can because it's super important that you know about this. Al Jazeera, who's very clear about claiming that there was genocide in Gaza since day one, says no, there is no Christian genocide in Nigeria, where literally 125,000 Christians were murdered by Muslims in Nigeria, and burning their churches down and decapitating them in public. Gaza since day one. The migrant's name was Mohammed, probably a coincidence. And because the rape wasn't long enough, they didn't deport him. Like, what? It's shocking. Why we don't need to live like this? What's even going on? Now, to remind you, Al Jazeera, I'm going to mention this as often as I can because it's super important that you know about this. Al Jazeera, who's very clear about claiming that there was a genocide in Gaza since day one, says no, there is no Christian genocide in Nigeria, where literally 125,000 Christians were murdered by Muslims in Nigeria, and burning their churches down and decapitating them in public, which literally is a genocide. That is a literal genocide for the record. For those of you that are unaware, a literal genocide. And they're like, nope, there's no genocide in Nigeria. Gaza, on the other hand, where 85% of the people killed were adult males, and obviously targeted people, that was a genocide. But this, no, it's not a genocide. I know there was double the people that were killed, but that's not a genocide. Anywho, I wanted to see Matt Walsh's response to Mehdi Hassan. I'm sure he's going to go nuclear because, I'll be real, I think it's one of the biggest threats to the West is people, foreigners, coming to our countries and telling us that we are going to change it from the inside. And I'm not going to lie, we're seeing it happen very, very clearly.
So let's take, for example, Mehdi Hassan, the former MSNBC host. Now, Hassan doesn't have an actual audience. His show is typically pulling in fewer than 40,000 viewers in the key demographic, which is much, much less than I would get if I let the inanimate fish in the background host the show. Okay, if we just had the fish cam, if the only thing we had on the show was the fish cam, we would clear 40,000 views easily. There it is. So, in lieu of attracting an audience, Mehdi Hassan has attempted to spend his time attacking Americans and Christians on behalf of socialists.
Well, to be fair, he's been doing this on Twitter constantly. Just constantly going on Twitter. His basic tweet is, Trump is a pedophile, release the Epstein list. Which, again, I can't stop thinking about the irony of every single one of his tweets. It's like, look, man, I'm not here to criticize Islam every day or anything, but, this is a Muslim guy yelling about colonialism, really? This is a Muslim guy yelling about pedophiles. Like, dog, have you read have you read your own work? What? I'm not trying to be rude here or anything, but Muhammad's wife. He married his wife when she was 6, and really, you're gonna complain about Trump and the Epstein? You are okay. Anyway,
Laurent Mondani. And to that end, here's Mehdi Hassan's latest argument. Listen to this.
There's tacos. Then there's Zaxby's chicken finger tacos. Get them any way you want. Chipotle ranch, avocado bacon, or all new buffalo blue. Taco night is different at Zaxby's. Zaxby's chicken finger tacos. Who's got the sauce?
I think that if you can play church bells, you can pray the call to prayer. We are as American as anyone else, and don't take any BS from it.
You're as American as anyone else?
Uh-oh!
Really, Mehdi? Really, Mr. Hassan? You're as American as anyone? You're a Muslim who was born in the UK, came to this country less than 10 years ago, in your mid-30s, to work for Al Jazeera.
Yeah.
Is there anyone who seriously thinks that Mehdi Hassan is American at all, much less as American as anyone else? It's even harder to buy the idea that Mehdi Hassan is an American if you actually listen to the things he says, which no one does.
Well, I mean, the thing is about these people, their position is that being American is just having an American passport. There is no culture necessarily. That's how insane it is. It's you can think about it for a second. And I mean this seriously. If you are a white guy in America, you have no homeland. because you're a colonizer wherever you go. You know, but you have no homeland. But also, you can't deport illegals because this is their home. Well, that will never ever make sense.
So let's review. Before he got his MSNBC contract, Hassan started out as a propagandist for Iran. He told his followers that non-Muslims were, quote, animals.
True.
Watch.
I love that clip.
The ends do not justify the means. This idea is totally alien to Islam. In Islam, what is halal is halal, what is haram is haram. We do not bend our law, our morality for our short-term aims.
That's right.
Never. And we never lose the morals either. If we know anything of Muhammad, Asiyah Ali, Asiyah Muhammad, Asiyah Muhammad, we know that keeping the moral high ground is key. Once we lose the moral high ground, we are indifferent from the rest of the non-Muslims, from the rest of the human beings that live their lives as animals.
Yeah, we know.
Once we do that, we are lost. Well, all of the ulama unanimously agree that at the very minimum, if Yazid was not a kafir, then at the very minimum, he was a fasik, a transgressor, a breaker of Islamic laws, a corrupt individual, a tyrant, a killer, a drunkard, a dog lover, a music lover, a homosexual, a pedophile, a sexual deviant, someone who started his own mother, astaghfirullah.
Someone who's a kafar. A kafar, by the way, is someone who doesn't believe in Islam, right? So someone who's a kafar is a pedophile, a dog lover, a deviant, a homosexual.
Ranting about music lovers in the same breath as pedophiles and people who sleep with their own mothers.
What do you mean? That's all the same thing. They're all considered haram. They're all haram.
They're all morally equivalent to the average American. Nothing more American than that. Apparently, it's also as American as apple pie to berate white people, who, you know, are the vast majority of Americans, including people who founded this country. There was not anybody with the last name Hassan at the Constitutional Convention, okay?
How dare you? Don't you know that pygmy Muslims are actually the #1 founders of American civilization? Emerson, thank you for the 50 gifted subs. Oh my God, thank you so much.
There were no Hassans dying on the battlefield in the Revolutionary War.
So what?
Not a single one.
What do you even mean? What are you talking about?
There were only the kinds of people that Hassan despises, even as he tries to co-opt the country that they created. Hassan, of course, has made millions of dollars in this country disparaging white men and women. Most recently, after the 2024 election.
I mean, to be fair, that's the strategy, right? That's the strategy. It's come from a shithole to a great place and try to turn it into a shithole while you make millions trying to turn a great place into a shithole. Isn't that the strategy?
Here's what he tweeted. Good job, white men and women. You know, blaming them for Kamala Harris's defeat. So he comes to a country founded by white people that's mostly...
To be fair, I agree. I agree. Good job, white men and women.
Made up still of white people. And then he attacks them, invoking their skin color in the process for not voting the way he wanted them to vote. He just...
Well, I mean, I think that you're missing a point here. He genuinely believes he's as American as anybody else. Okay? Because he, as a Muslim, is morally superior. And therefore, he has the piece of paper that he's a citizen just like you do. So there's no difference. Anyway, get wrecked, bro. And also, important to note, Mehdi Hassan is very famous for the tweet, "Make American planes crash again." That is a real tweet that he decided to post. Deleted it, obviously, but that's a real tweet he made.
Got to this country 5 seconds ago, and he's already saying, well, this should have gone the way I want.
One tag, infinite possibilities, Kate Spade. We're very tech savvy. Technology is very integrated into what we do. And what service type allows us to do is to go into the customer's home and make them feel like they're right.
Who the hell are you, Mehdi? Who are you? Who cares what you want? Imagine if I went to Uganda or Nigeria and tried something like this. Imagine if I ran for office, lost, And then
yeah, but they're Muslims, okay? Unlike you, which are a non-Muslim, and therefore you're like an animal, a pedophile, and a music lover, okay? All right, it's pretty despicable for you to even compare.
Vote on social media. Nice going, black people.
Oh fuck. Waste.
You really got some internalized black supremacy going on, don't you? You know, I'm just as Nigerian as anybody else. Now, in that scenario, how long would I last before they stoned me to death? 10 seconds? 20? In fact, what if I went to Hassan's actual home country, India, and ran for office, lost, and then said, great job, brown people. I tell you, brown people. Really screwed up again.
Well, I mean, to be fair, India's actually pretty nice in general. They probably wouldn't do anything. But if you were in Pakistan, they would eat you alive. Just like Hassan's friend, the cannibal.
You know, I'm just as Indian as any of you are. Yeah, I just got off the plane last Tuesday. I'm just as Indian as any of you. What if I did that? How long would Mehdi Hassan spend crying about that? Would he ever stop crying, is the question. Of course, Hassan also used to appear on television.
India's nice. Yeah, the Indian people are actually really nice people. Like, in my experience, obviously. I'm sure everyone, they're individuals, sure. But in my experience, Indian people are nice.
Every other day, warning of the supposedly grave threat posed by white supremacy. He also celebrated a plane crash in Georgia, saying, make American planes crash
I remember,
again.
that's the famous one. Yeah.
This is the person we're supposed to believe is as American as any Christian who can trace his lineage in this country going back to the Revolutionary War. Just as American. Just as American as any American who doesn't hate white people, who actually wants our civilization, our system of government to succeed.
He absolutely doesn't. But that's the thing. He literally is a foreign agent coming here to destroy us from within. He's trying to convert our nation into something else that it's not. In my opinion, that should literally be the deciding factor when it comes to immigration. When someone wants to immigrate, you have to discern their motives are to assimilate, or at least to integrate, basically, to this country. There's no reason to import people that want to destroy us or subvert us from what we are. And as we see from the Mamdani election, that's exactly what's happening in New York, where the majority of New York-born people are not voting for him, but the vast majority of foreign-born people in New York are voting for him. It's really obvious.
This is the person who we're supposed to take seriously when he compares church bells to the Muslim call to prayer, which happens many times a day, starting around 5 a.m. and sounds like this.
Dude. Classic Michigan, am I right, guys?
So this is the lie that they want you to believe, including even some conservatives.
What do you mean? What do you mean? That's exactly like a nice little church jingle that happens a couple times a week in the middle of the day. It's the same.
We'll tell you this. They'll tell you that what you just heard there is just as American as a church bell. Just as the Muslim call to prayer at 5:30 in the morning, wafting through the air. Just as American as, you know, a good old American small town with a church bell.
My opinion.
That's what we're supposed to believe. And we all know that it's not true. We all know that it's not true. And the thing is, even if the call to prayer wasn't so obnoxious and so obviously disruptive to the lives of everybody living nearby, in this case it's in Dearborn, still doesn't matter. And even if church bells also rang at 5 a.m., which they don't. It also would not matter, because there's still a very good reason to say that in this country, church bells are acceptable in every city, while the Muslim call to prayer is not. And that reason is this, okay? Christianity built this country. Islam did not, at all, in even the slightest way.
True.
Islam has nothing to do with America. If Islam had ceased to exist 300 years ago, this country would not have lost a single thing. There is not a single good thing about our country that we would not have if not for Islam.
Cooking.
And if you doubt that, then go ahead and give me an example of the great gift that Islam has given to this country since its founding. Give me the example of...
I mean, to be fair, I hear there's a mosque where the World Trade Center used to be. I hear it's a really nice mosque, too.
The thing that if Islam had ceased to exist 300 years ago, we would not have in America. Go ahead. I dare you. Mehdi Hassan, I dare you. Go ahead, name one thing. Go ahead. You can't. And you know, that's why we can have our church bells. We earned
God damn.
This is our country. It is not yours.
Checkmate, Matt Walsh. We have Frogan now. Checkmate. Checkmate. We have Frogan. No matter how much you want to make believe that our country has not improved, you're a liar. You're a liar, Matt Walsh. You're a liar. We have Frogan, and everything is better. Okay? Okay, Matt Walsh.
Mr. Hassan. Any actual American would understand that concept very well. If you want to hear the Arabic call to prayer 5 times a day in every neighborhood, you can go to one of the other 50 countries in the world that are into that. And by the way, if you want to hear church bells instead, most of those countries would not be nearly as accommodating. Now, when I made this point on X...
I mean, also, like, I feel like there's multiple layers here. One, it's a Christian country, so fuck you. That's one. Two, and I think this is an also important one, the church bells aren't nearly as annoying as a call to prayer, even for, like, an atheist or someone that's not Christian. Like, how could you possibly compare the blasting call to prayer at 5 in the morning that rings 5 times every single day? How could you possibly compare that to a little church bell jingle? Like, it's insane.
Mehdi Hassan responded with this. He said, quote, 1 in 3 of the slaves who built this country were Muslims. They were here long before the Walsh family arrived. You know that if you studied history, but I know MAGA has an issue with studying. Oh, and I'm guessing you don't count slaves as people or Americans. So, and by the way, he followed that up with another tweet claiming, again, that Muslims are more responsible for building America than the Irish.
Oh, damn, I didn't see that one.
So, as you can easily have predicted, Hassan responded with just layer upon layer of lies, just absolute delusion, heaped on top of delusion. So, for one thing, this country, just to be clear, was not built by slaves. It wasn't. Much less the handful of Muslim slaves owned by the 2% of Americans who ever had slaves to begin with. The Industrial Revolution is what made this country wealthy, and it was spurred by the invention of technologies like the steam engine, the coke blast furnace, not the cotton trade or the slave trade. In fact, cotton exports accounted for roughly 5% of the overall GDP of the United States prior to the Civil War. 5%. So these people that say slavery built the country, the 5% of the GDP built the country. Give me a break.
I mean,
there's a reason.
It's obviously not true, but also you can't forget the fact that, you know, America abolished slavery. Like, I think that's one of the big victories of Western civilization. That again gets no credit because we have to, you know, obviously talk about the tragedy and the horror that slavery was, but specifically slavery done by white people. You know, not slavery done by brown people. That's okay. But slavery done by white people specifically is bad, even though white people abolished it. Like, it's a truly unbelievable, fundamental immorality that I could never understand. It's like, really, bro?
Became a much, much richer country once we abolished slavery. Not only did slavery not build the country, it actually held the country back, if anything. And again, if the handful of Muslims picking cotton in the fields had never been here, it would have had no impact on the country at all. Okay? The vast majority of infrastructure and industry in this country was built by the labor of free men. Okay, this country was built by free men. Every Muslim country on the planet
I mean, yeah.
On the other hand, had slavery for exponentially longer. They relied on it exponentially more.
Also, let's not forget that there's still slavery, okay? Like, everyone likes to talk about it like, well, you know, white people abolished it and it took other people a lot of time. You do realize there's still slavery, right? Like, you don't have to look too far, man. United Arab Emirates. Let's look it up. Let's pull out the stats. All right, so we can agree that there's no slaves in America right now. Unless you can include people that are addicted to Instagram. But aside from those guys, there's no slavery. Let's have slavery. All right, let's go. You ready, gamers? You ready, retards? You ready, boys and girls? All right. Mauritania. I never even heard this country, but it has slaves. Saudi Arabia has 700,000 slaves. Afghanistan has 600,000 slaves. The United Arab Emirates has 150,000 slaves. Turkey has 1.3 million slaves. Kuwait has 100,000 slaves, and Tajikistan has 120,000 slaves. So you're retarded and you're gay. You're also a faggot. And moving on.
The path to a college degree is more affordable than you think. With Sophia Learning, you can take real college-level courses that are designed
Than the United States ever did. Which is why Western countries had to shut down the Arab slave trade by force. Look up the Africa Squadron sometime. We had a whole unit of the U.S. Navy from 1843 to 1861 devoted to suppressing the slave trade along the coast of West Africa. The Arabs clung to slavery like a fat kid holding a donut. They refused to let it go. It was such an integral part of their culture, and still is in some Arab countries. And by the way, the slave trade in Africa was extremely wide-ranging and global in nature. This is one of those stories that isn't taught in school, but it's absolutely true. In the 17th century, Barbary pirates in North Africa raided several towns in Iceland. Yes, yep. Iceland. And they went into Ireland also.
By the way, Iceland also has an immigration problem. I didn't know he'd bring it up specifically, so I didn't have this prepared. As you can tell, I prepare a lot for my videos. Recently, especially, definitely subscribe. But Iceland, you have to see this. Iceland has an immigration problem, illegal immigration, and honestly, there's really nothing that could be done about it. I don't know how they're actually going to deal with it. So essentially, these motherfucking illegal immigrants, I'm telling you, they're parasites. They're bloodsuckers, okay? I know I'm going to get canceled for this, but these illegal immigrants in Iceland specifically are actual blood-sucking insects, okay? Like, they're not human. I'm going to go as far as to say they're inhuman. They're not human bloodsuckers. Okay, I see chat. Chat thinks that they're going to be... Chat thinks I'm going to get canceled for this. Breaking news, mosquitoes spotted in Iceland for the first time, making Antarctica now the only place on Earth without the insect. Unironic, illegal immigrant, blood-sucking insects have immigrated into the country illegally, and they are everywhere now. This is horrifying. Horrifying. The asshole bug found another place. I can't believe it myself.
Okay, thousands.
I didn't see that twist coming. If you didn't see that coming, you have to subscribe and leave a like on the video.
Thousands of people were captured, transported to North Africa, and sold into slavery in places like Algiers. Many of the slaves died. Actually, by some estimates, more than 1 million European Christians were enslaved by Barbary pirates and slave drivers from the 16th century to the 18th century. Here's why I bring that up. Number one, okay, if you're a Muslim, you got no room to be lecturing about slavery. None. Number two,
True.
Mehdi Hassan, let me ask you this. Given that we have 1 million white European Christians who were enslaved in the Muslim world,
is he going to use my argument?
World for 200 to 300 years, would you say that white Christians
built the Middle East? That was exactly the argument I made.
Built North Africa? Can we say that white Christians built the Middle East?
He's literally using my argument. That's crazy.
Answer that, Matty. I want you to answer that. Did the 1 million white slaves build the Arab world? If a few Muslims in the cotton fields built America, what can we say about the 1 million whites enslaved by Muslims in their countries.
Yeah, but obviously no one would say that.
What do you think?
But the point is, this guy is a completely disingenuous fuck.
Now, this is a rhetorical question. Of course, Mehdi Hassan is a British Muslim, came here less than 10 years ago, so I don't expect him to know anything about my country. And he doesn't. He is as vapid and clueless as his non-existent audience would suggest. He has neither the integrity to tell the truth nor the intelligence to lie convincingly. He has come to this country to live off of the fruits of the labor done by people he despises. He's as ungrateful as he is useless. He's exactly the kind of immigrant that we should not allow into this country. A spiteful, lying, self-entitled brat with nothing to offer the country but the...
Also, he's literally here to subvert the country and destroy it from the inside.
...demands and accusations. He's a bad person, although not a bad American. Because he's not an American at all.
Great response, great ending. So Matt Walsh killed him. He cooked him. He absolutely destroyed him. And I'm just waiting for the inevitable Mehdi response. You're an Islamophobe, and I am an American because I have citizenship. This is a country built by immigrants, and I am an American just like you. You know, the classic response. Everyone knows it. Everyone sees it. But I have to say, I am super grateful to Mehdi Hassan. If not for Mehdi Hassan, if not for Mehdi Hassan having this actual generational crash out on Twitter, 1 in 3 of the slaves built the country were Muslims. If not for him having this generational crash out, I think people wouldn't be aware how incredibly obvious it is that these people are here to subvert and destroy us. And that includes Zoran Mamdani in New York, and it includes the conquering of Dearborn in Michigan. And obviously Europe's already kind of cooked, and they need a miracle or a revolution to figure that shit out. Whatever comes first. But anywho, thank you for being here. Hope you enjoyed. I definitely did. This was a mass awakening moment, I think. I really do. A guy like Mehdi Hassan comes to America 10 years ago, tells you, actually, I am more American than any of you because Muslims actually built all of America. Muslims actually built America, and therefore you should be subject to the jihad. You are like the pedophiles, the music lovers, the animals living on Muslims that you are. And anyway, we're supposed to take that. Anyway, thanks for being here. This is just me being racist according to Twitter, but it's also being correct. That's right, you can call me racist, but you can't call me a liar. Stay away from pedophiles. Bye. Like, subscribe, and this video was streamed live on kick.com/Nuxanor. See you there. Stay weird, man.
Hey, I'm Dee.
I'm Paula.
And we're here at the North American Blockchain Summit 2025 in Dallas.
Really needed to just take a breather and really process everything that happened with Charlie and what it kind of means in terms of where we are. And I think it is a circumstance where we just know that he was truly betrayed in one of the most egregious ways that I think I've ever seen. It has made me lose faith in politics. It has made me fully lose faith in Trump. And my heart aches for the fact that he gave so much of his life to Trump and to politics. And
what's she talking about?
We're like, nope, that is it. It serves us or it doesn't serve us, and we want to move on. And so here's a holiday. Bro, if they try to give me a holiday, what is with them giving people a holiday after they kill them? Why is that a thing? You know what I mean? Like, oh, Martin Luther King, what about this holiday? What about this boulevard? Anyways, let me knock out. They're going to get charged with the boulevard. They already did. They did in Israel. They gave him freaking bullet. It's like, as soon as they give you a boulevard and a holiday, they definitely killed you. Okay, there's no question. They killed you. There's no way. That's their signature thing. It's like that's what they do. It's the Fed signature. It's how they sign off after they murder you. They're like holiday and a boulevard. And it's never on the nice side of town either. Like Charlie Kirk Boulevard's not going to be on the nice side of town. Anyways, I will be back on the 27th, you guys. Thank you guys for all the support throughout these couple of weeks, these last really kind of 6 weeks since Charlie died. And we will see you guys then.
She is really, she's really been on one, huh? Like,
on it, because I'm telling you, I don't even think people are human. Like, I look at Elon Musk and Sam Altman and leading people into AI. I have always sensed this demonic, because I'm telling you, I don't even think people are human. Like, I look at Elon Musk and Sam Altman and Peter Thiel and I'm pretty sure they're hybrid. You know what I mean? Like they just look like an Apple software that I should be able to download at night. You know, like my phone's getting an update or something. It's something in the eye. It's like I don't know. I'm like I don't know if I stabbed you if you bleed. You know, I'm not going to stab them, but I don't know if they bleed all the way. I think a battery would fall out. You know what I mean? And I just get that sense. I've always known it was demonic. And people just get on board because, as we talked about in this book, they are using science and this idea of technology and this idea of transforming society for the better to indoctrinate us into accepting this. And it's wrong and it's backwards. And the main component of all of this is psychology, right?
Yeah, bro, that interview with Nick Fuentes. That was the end. It really was. That sent her over the edge. Like, I'll show you all a clip from that, and you'll see.
They're able to do it because of psychology, making you think that society has gotten better. Our kids have objectively gotten dumber. We've become fatter. We've become less healthy. We've become less emotionally sound. And yet they are convincing us that this is like humanity's great leap forward. We put a man on the moon, and he just like called them up and was like, "Hey, press, what's up? I'm up here. Yeah, it's so cool."
Is she just soft launching the fact that the moon landing is fake? Like, cause I feel like she's just kind of throwing that one in there as like a, oh yeah, by the way type situation, isn't she?
It's really great. It's nice. Starry night up here. Camden, actually, I go by in '69, and they get these people. They tell you like he's a genius. They're all right away. He's a genius. We should just accept that Elon Musk is a genius because, like, all the writers who are obviously indoctrinated into the occult are telling us that this is the next person that we should worship. The establishment of Hollywood. It was all cults. They were all Aleister Crowley proteges who were just raping kids and summoning demons and demons.
What?
Okay.
One bag, infinite possibilities. Kate Spade. When you want a holiday to feel like a holiday.
So that just got up. That went up real quick. Wow. She done. I mean, to be fair, Aleister Crowley did try to join an organization because they could cast spells and shit, and it was a secret organization, and he did do that. But as far as I know, he didn't cast any spells. And whenever he got a lot older, that was a try. Well, yeah, he tried to do it. I mean, of course, like he was into. I think he went to like Oxford or something like that. He was a British guy. And, he did that. He did doing it. And no, he said he cast spells, but I never saw one. We never saw a spell like that he did. Like, and, so no, he went in on it. Like he was in on it for a while.
Things are real. So at the same time, if they're summoning demons, they are making us all believe that faith is not real. And that has been, I think, the greatest.
They want, just real quick, I might just take this back. We can just make sure to put all this in context real quick, one more again.
And demons are real. So at the same time, if they're so close, they were all Aleister Crowley proteges who were just raping kids and summoning demons, and demons are real. So at the same time, if they're summoning demons, they are making us all believe that faith is not real. And that has been, I think, the greatest.
Which, by the way, doesn't even logically make sense. Even if you summon demons from an alternate universe, it doesn't mean that God's real. Like, even inside the framing that you're creating, it still doesn't even make you right.
It's the greatest trick that the devil ever played, right? And it's making people think they didn't exist, and making people atheists, making people believe that there's nothing, like you're here for a moment in time.
Well, no, it doesn't, because the demon is a word that you're assigning to them. You're assigning this word to an otherworldly creature. This happened in World of Warcraft with the Worgen. In fact, actually, this is how I've thought about this. And so the Worgen were summoned from an alternate reality as well, but they really weren't that crazy or different. It's just they were from another world. So no, that's just because you summon an otherworldly creature, it still doesn't mean that you summon a demon. Even if you call it a demon, it doesn't mean it's a demon. Because a demon implies that there's like an entire mythology around that thing's existence, and that's not defined. So it's not even true. Like it's not even inside of the context of what she's saying. It's not even true. It's like it's the retarded.
That allows them to further tether us to their reality and to their God, which is money.
Yes.
Right? Well, if you truly knew and believed, like I do, I actually know that this is not it. Like I know this is not it.
Yeah.
But if you truly believed that, you wouldn't sell your soul. People think that that's just like an expression. Oh, he sold his soul. No, you are literally selling your souls. Like when you tell lies and you go down a path of lying because you're so afraid of not having the security of a paycheck, or you're willing to do something terrible to maintain that job.
This goes against even the out. Okay, so that's not even true, because like inside of like the Church of Satanism, Aleister Crowley, and everything, there's a process of giving up your soul to Lucifer. Like this is already like you don't even know what you're talking about. Like you're so dumb that you don't even realize it. What is this? You do? Yeah, there's a process. There's a whole process to doing this.
Keeping your mouth shut to maintain that job, which either we're now the Charlie Kirk case, right? You're telling yourself, like, there's a life after this. They have made you pledge your allegiance to their dollar because they know life is going on.
Yeah.
They know that. They want you to literally sell them your soul. That's my personal belief. It's why I am.
Wasn't Aleister Crowley expelled from the Golden Dawn? The Golden Dawn was the secretive wizard society that he was a part of. Was he expelled from it? I don't remember. That's deep. Like I don't remember that or not. I think maybe I don't remember.
Religious. It's why I speak about my faith openly, because I just know if this is not it, and I just know this is what I do. I don't know. They're just like look at the way they breathe. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Look at the way they
breathe. Look at the same moment. I'm like, look, I don't know. But
somebody's laughing in the background.
Droid, obviously.
Even they realize this shit's crazy.
We'll be back on Monday. Listen ahead, just really needed to
listen to this fucking audio. This audio is so fucking bad. And so
politics, and they just were like, nope, that is it. And it serves us or it doesn't serve us, and we want to move on. And so here's a holiday. Bro, if they try to give me a holiday, what is with them giving people a holiday?
Federal government, the Trump administration killed Charlie Kirk is the claim.
That's a lot. That really, like, I'm telling you, and like, this was the beginning of the end. What? This was the beginning of the end right here.
If you are, do you attend the Mass?
I do.
Like, do you go every Sunday?
I do.
Okay, so you're like a committed Catholic, then obviously, like, you know, the perspectives on family. I mean, I personally, and this would be me lecturing, but I just feel like you really have no idea who you are until you start a family. And whether that means just marriage, and people who are struggling to have children, okay, fine. But there's such a growth that happens because of that I think it informs your beliefs in so many ways. And I think that was a huge turning point for me. Like, I wonder if I had been pressed with everything that happened last year, if I didn't have like the unshaken faith in my family, what would I have done? And sometimes when I see the things that you say, I do think, okay, he doesn't take into account family. It's just Nick. Nick is in his own world, which can be, I think, a quite selfish perspective, which is fine. That's what you're saying. You like being selfish is another way to say what you just said. I like being selfish, and I don't want to give of myself to somebody else. But
well, I also think there's something selfless involved, which is to say, I could go and start a family and drag them into a world of mine, which is pretty chaotic. You know, I mean, is this really the kind of a lifestyle? If I'm banned on everything and I can't make a living, I'm banned from banking, I'm banned from credit card processing, I'm getting doxxed, people are showing up to my house trying to kill me, things like that. And what's more, I mean, let's also, you know, I also don't appreciate the lecture. You don't know me, you know, so I know you're married, I know you're older than me, but you don't know me, you don't know my life, you don't know my situation. I don't think you're in a position to give me advice, especially as a woman, honestly.
This really, bro, this was the end.
I don't think women, you know, this is something the right
This was the end.
Anti-feminist. And then women go around telling men what to do, or not their husbands. And, you know, I don't really buy into that ideologically, but that's besides the point. You know, my life has been tumultuous from the very beginning.
Oh, shit. And then this was the one. Oh, my God. I don't even know if I can watch this one. But this was the end. Yes, the scrambled her brain. Yeah, this was it. This radicalizer? Watch. I think I can.
I'm trying to understand if you're actually, you think that it's all black people are like this, or if your world is kind of colored by this is what's going on in America. This has failed for 1,000 reasons. Welfare has definitely, I mean, black people in the 1940s stand up. My grandfather, I talk about that denigration and the corrosion of culture. That's happening. White, black, whatever you want to name it, there's this intentional corrosion of culture. So do you think it's literally, well, this is just what a black person is when they come out? Or do you think that post-welfare, LBJ, Great Society, this is what black Americans have become, and I have a right to respond to that and say that as a white man, I don't want to live there?
Well, you know,
this was it.
Look at that,
I think it's more nature than people would like to believe. You know, there's this classic tension of, is it nature, is it nurture, is it cultural, or is it intrinsic, is it racial? And I've always been on the latter side of this among conservatives. Conservatives like to say it's all culture. Black America is the way it is because of hip-hop music and the Great Society and that kind of stuff. And I think the uncomfortable reality is a big part of it is intrinsic. You know, one of the big arguments against the abolition of slavery in the 1860s.
He actually is going there. He goes on her show. Yep. As I said, I think this, and also the other thing is the reception to this was overwhelmingly, you know, I'm not giving a statement on this. Overwhelmingly, a lot of people agreed with Nick. That's what happened.
Is that, you know, when Europeans colonized Africa, they hadn't discovered the wheel. There's no two-story buildings. There's no writing. There's no written language. Missionaries had to go to Africa in the last century and invent it for the African people because there's no recorded history and they didn't have writing.
So Egypt is not in Africa?
Well, Egypt is a different race. The Egyptians were not black.
Okay, but you said when they went to Africa, so I just want to...
The interior of Africa in the late 19th century.
Okay, so we're now knocking Egypt out of Africa.
Well, Egypt is part of northern Africa, sub-Saharan Africa.
You said Africa, so I'm not trying to get a gotcha. I'm just responding. You're saying Africa.
Sure. Yeah.
It's in Africa. It's Egypt. It's kind of ridiculous to say there was no written language. Well, so I'm just trying to get you to
sure.
You know.
Egyptians are not.
Are you ready for your first job out of college? Choose something start with guaranteed leadership. Guaranteed guidance. Decide to enroll in ROTC. I'm on the officer.
Your lips are just as important as the rest of your face. You should be caring for them too. L'Oreal Paris hooked me up with their new lip oil. This is the Plump Ambition Hyaluronic Lip Oil. It contains 2% hyaluronic acid and tripeptides. Gives your lips 24-hour hydration. You want plump lips, minus the pain, and you have to try this.
Man.
I'm not pushing back. The internet will. So
Egyptians are not racial
The
Africans.
internet did push back. That's the problem.
When I say African, I'm saying sub-Saharan Africa.
Sub-Saharan, okay.
Black people because it is a different race. In sub-Saharan Africa, and Europeans did not penetrate that until late 19th century, they didn't have any of this. To the extent that you have infrastructure in Africa, it's from the Muslims in the Sahel and the Maghreb in northern Africa, where the Arabs colonized, and then you had, Carthage and Egypt, you had ancient civilizations, but sub-Saharan Africa, they didn't have that. You take these people out of that land and put them here, and they're enslaved people. You let them free in a...
So this definitely, I think this was the beginning of the end for Candace Owens. This was it. I think this interview and the response to this interview that happened, I think it broke her. I think that after this interview, there was Candace Owens before this interview. Why? I don't know. Why though? I could come up with a number of different reasons why, right? I mean, like, I could start theorizing and, socio-analyzing and everything, but at the end of the day, it happened. She had 5K more live views than you, so how is this the end? Does Candace Owens get 250 live, like what would it be like? So I get, like, let's say 40, 50K viewers, right? Does that mean that she gets, like, 200 and like, there's no way she gets that many, right? How many people watch her? Like, because how many views does she get on YouTube? Is there, like, there's got to be, like, a channel to upload, because she's uploading, right? Each video has a lot of views, but there's a very, very slow frequency of videos, so it's harder for me to gauge. But she is popular. I'm not saying that she isn't popular. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that, again, this definitely broke her. It did. It broke her. Like, it did. And if people don't want to see it, she's incredibly popular. She is. But if y'all think that this interview did not do damage, and this interview did not have anything, it did not do anything, I think that you are out of your mind. I think that it 100% did. I think that it played a role. And anybody that's trying to act like it didn't, I think is just going off and trying to do it for one specific reason. And that's it. It broke her brain. It is.
Ashley presenta Decora con Fashion.
Ya te toques coger el coche, Enrique. Piensa en tu familia. ¿A dónde van a coger si no es en esta mesa?
Nos la llevamos. Encuentra ofertas en tiendas o en línea en ashley.com.
Bad things. Right? It's like men.
I'm fucking with it, bro. Shit. Shit.
Want to have sex and like own women, right? Like they want to dominate everybody, and Republicans say you can do that.
What?
And then own women. Men want bad things, right? It's like men want to have sex and like own women, right? Like they want to dominate everybody, and Republicans say you can do that, and then Democrats can't say that. So we just lost them, and it's over, right? What a weird thing to say. She has been elected as the champion to change young men's viewpoints and to get young men to come back to the Democratic Party. The reason why Republican messaging resonates with men is because men want bad things, right? It's like men, the reason why Republican messaging resonates with men is because men want bad things, right? It's like men want to have sex and like own women, right? Like they want to dominate everybody, and Republicans say you can do that, and then Democrats can't say that. So we just lost men. It's over, right? Like, what are you talking about? Like, a lot of times it will be men that are liberals who will like agree with that shit. I'm like, dude, what are you like? What is going on? Like, there's a lot of men that don't think that way, obviously, and it. What the fuck? Are you off your meds? Like, are you off your fucking meds? Like, what's this guy? It's just such a negative view to take on, like, half of the human race.
Well, I also think it's just so abundantly clear that the people who say these things don't actually spend time talking to young men. You know this because we know each other in real life, but I spend a lot of time on college campuses, and I spend a lot of time with young men. I love young men. I love frat guys, and in that I realize, like,
so that right there is the problem. It's that if a guy went and said that and saying, I love young women, I love sorority girls, like, these people would be losing their mind. And the issue right there, and I wonder if she realizes this, that's actually the problem right there. It's these weird double social standards that don't need to exist. How old is she? I don't know how old she is at all. It doesn't really matter. But like what I'm saying is like just saying it that way is the issue. Let me go back and listen to it.
Even the ones that identify as conservative are almost always pro-choice They're almost always pro-gay marriage. You'd be surprised at the number of them who supported Black Lives Matter. And so I feel like people just kind of lump them into this box when the truth is, again, a lot of them are with us on the issues. They're just not part of our coalition because they feel like they're not welcomed in it.
Well, it's because we get tone police. Because you can make a joke about liking young women or liking young men, but a guy does that and he gets painted out as a creep. Connecting with young men?
One back, infinite possibilities, Kate Spade. My name is Cecilia. I'm a mom of 2 girls, a psychologist, and I choose to transform my PVC treatment journey with iPerva.
For people like Cecilia who need more from their
PVC? What the fuck is a PVC?
Gentlemen, if you are a really big Republican conservative, you are probably so happy right now. You are probably so... This is crazy. It's like they basically announced that their strategy is to continue losing. This is unbelievable.
Olivia writes a Substack, which probably, statistically speaking, like 89% of y'all read already. But Olivia, I want you to talk about that Substack, and I also want you to talk...
Oh, I keep seeing people talk about young men in the 2020 cycle, or in the 2024 cycle, and they keep saying, like, well, it's because, they're not getting laid enough. And they feel judged. And, or alternatively, well, they're just racist and they hate women. So, it's really, I see these takes coming out from both sides of the party wing, I would say. And I just think that all of that is wrong. I think all of it is wrong. And so I wrote this.
It's not. Guys not being able to get girlfriends is a huge reason why they hate liberalism. Is because they feel like conservatism would create an apparatus that would make it easier for them to get a girlfriend. This is... So they don't even know what they're talking about.
Piece called The Politics of Getting Laid and Preachy Females. And I really dive into what I actually perceive it to be. And shocker, it's all economic anxiety. I think the Democrats have a really bad problem.
She's right.
Every time we message to young men...
But it's not just that. It's the tone policing and the amount of things that, you're not allowed to say and double standards. That's another really big factor.
We frame it in a way that is wrapped up in the same principles that we critique. We critique the patriarchy. We critique the way that men have hierarchy and power structures, and then we message to them as if not only is that the reality, but that they have to continue to be like that. So the example I use in the article is the issue of abortion. When we message to young men on abortion, or men in general, we do it from the position of, well, real men protect women. And if you care about the women in your life...
Wait a minute. You use the real men thing, you're out. No, there's no real man. The only time that the only time I want to hear what a real man does is from a man that's been married for 50 years and has 7 kids.
Hell yeah.
I'll listen to him. I don't want to hear for a fucking second from a 20 or 30-year-old woman what a real man is.
You should be pro-choice. And that might be true. That is true. But we don't come at it from the approach of this is the reality that young men face about that issue. Because it's entirely possible that a young woman in college gets pregnant unexpectedly, and that could upend her life if she doesn't have access to abortion care. But it's also
does she fucking get it?
Really true that the young guy who gets her pregnant, now he's on the hook to not only take care of this child that could be him, that could be coming into the world, but also to take care now of the mother of his child. And I think that it would be so much easier if we just understood.
He's not on the hook.
Nope.
This is the problem.
Nope.
You shouldn't be on the hook to take care of the woman that you had sex with and have a kid with.
Yup.
You shouldn't be on the hook for that.
Yup.
You should have the opportunity.
Opportunity, not the hook.
The frame of reference of this is so fucking off. It's unbelievable. It's insane. How are these people so delusional?
Not in the hood.
It's getting they need to give me $40 million. Actually, just give me 10. Just give me 10, and that's enough.
The problems we're having with young men shifting to the right, it's not because they don't agree with us in the policy. They do agree.
They do not agree with the policy. They agree with some of the policies, but not with others. This is not binary.
With us in the policy.
Also, the going back to the issue of men and abortion, the reason why some men are against abortion is because they view it as asymmetrical. Men cannot have a choice on whether they pay child support, but women can have a choice on whether they have a kid or not. Yep. Now, this is my viewpoint, right? Is that asymmetry is innate to the human experience and to being a man. But the asymmetry is the reason why so many people push back against it. It's that in a lot of these liberal positions, there is a conscious effort that basically women make to maintain privileges. And obtain other opportunities that men traditionally have. So they want to maintain the privileges in society that they have while also taking over the advantages that men have. That's the problem.
Because they feel like
that's it.
We don't understand the struggles they're facing, the actual struggles, not the perceived struggles of the masculinity crisis or whatever it is, the actual struggle.
That's a real struggle. You don't know that because you're not a man. The fact is that there's a huge, insane. I think I'm gonna have to go through this whole thing because this is embarrassing. This is so pathetic. No, there's a massive fucking issue, and you want to know why there's an issue? There's an issue because their dads are losers. That's the big issue. That's the big reason. And so their dads are losers, and their dads are not respectful or respectable or anything. And because of that, what happens is that men go to the internet and they find online dads like Andrew Tate or Jordan Peterson, and they try to get their morality from that because there are no positive masculine models in society. And even if you look at sitcoms and media, almost all forms of sitcoms and media portray, how many of you guys have this where there's like a guy, it's like a sitcom, and the
Stop. Fuck. Oh, fuck, bro. No fucking way. Shit.
even Koreans have a guy that has the slang guy. So the Spanish people have that guy. Do you have that, Vince? Yeah, they're called Mexicans. Even Koreans have a guy that has the slang guy. So the Spanish people have that guy. Do you have that, Vince? Yeah, they're called Mexicans. That joke is so good. That joke is so good. It made me not laugh. Even Koreans have a guy that has so the Spanish people have that guy. Do you have that, Vince? Yeah, they're called Mexicans. That joke is so good. That joke is so good. It made me not laugh. Even Koreans have a guy that has the slang guy. So the Spanish people have that guy. Do you have that, Vince? Yeah, they're called Mexicans. That joke is so good. That joke is so good. It made me not laugh. Even Koreans have a guy that has the slang guy. So the Spanish people have that guy. Do you have that, Vince? Yeah, they're called Mexicans.
Oh god. So funny.
Husband is stupid and the wife is smart. It's like every single one.
Wait, what?
Sitcoms and media, almost all forms of sitcoms and media portray. How many of you guys have seen this? Where there's like a guy, it's like a sitcom, and the husband is stupid and the wife is smart. It's like every single one. It's exhausting. And so, like, yeah, where do you find this? This is every single. It's so fucking annoying to see this.
Yes. And instead, we just kind of want to blame them for all of our problems.
Right. I think there's a lot of that I just fully agree with. I mean, we just don't message to men, right? I was like we don't message in a way that resonates to men. Something that you responded to that I've seen a lot is the reason why Republican messaging resonates with men is because men want bad things, right? It's like men want to have sex, like own women, right? Like they want to dominate everybody, and Republicans say you get to do that, and then Democrats can't say that, so we just lost men. It's over.
Do you want to know the real reason why I watched?
Oh, I'm gonna put my helicopter. Fix it. Yeah, crashed.
This video? It's because I actually thought that he was creating a joke and he was being facetious, but I think he's being genuine about this. Because I thought to myself, watching that clip, there's no way this person can genuinely be this delusional and this retarded. But no, I think this is actually what he is. It's not the way it seems like it is to me. Yeah, I mean, maybe I don't get his sense of humor, but it sure seems like he's being serious to me.
Like, what are you talking about? Like, a lot of times it will be men that are liberals who will, like, agree with that shit. I'm like, dude, what is going on? Like, there's a lot of men that don't think that way, obviously, and it's just such a negative view to take on, like, half of the human race.
Well, I also think it's just so abundantly clear that the people who say these things don't actually spend time talking to young men. You know this because we know each other in real life, but I spend a lot of time on college campuses, and I spend a lot of time with young men. I love young men. I love frat guys.
Again, until you can stop tone policing guys making the same jokes about sorority girls, you will keep losing because that double standard is disgusting and annoying. I have no problem with her saying that, and I think it's totally all right, but I think it should be okay both ways. There's nothing wrong with her saying that.
I realize, like, even the ones that identify as conservative,
it's the dishonesty. It's the
pro-choice. They're almost always pro-gay marriage. You'd be surprised at the number of them who support Black Lives Matter. And so I feel like people just kind of lump them into this box when the truth is, again, a lot of them are with us on the issues. They're just not part of our coalition because they feel like they're not welcomed in it.
Because they're not talked to, right? And yeah, they're not welcome. That's true. Like, there's a lot of
That's the reason why.
It's like being like masculine characteristics seem like they're frowned upon, and they're kind of welcomed and championed by the Republican Party. And like masculine characteristics are not characteristics that are intrinsically bad, right? And I think that some Democrats have presented it that way. Now, obviously not most Democrats, but it's like this perception that a lot of guys have had. In terms of issues, like,
it's because that's the case. Using foul language, being crass, roughhousing, being physical, at least a little bit, right? Obviously, there's a line to everything. Let's see here. Being direct, like getting loud, arguing, etc., being disagreeable. These are things that men are more generally able to do. And what I've noticed is that, like, think about how, for example, how much online spaces have changed because women have gotten involved in these spaces and they've wanted to have more rules for like voice chat and stuff like this. Guys want to have male spaces where they can't be abrasive, they can't be crass, they can't, they don't want to live in a sanitized world where they can't make a race joke. And I know you might say, well, is that really all it's about? It's about making racial jokes. Well, no, but it's a big part of it. It's a big part of it. And the reason why, and it goes back to, this is something that I think is a primordial thing, and I could be wrong about this, but this is just my take on it, is that I think a lot of guys, the reason why they do that and they banter with each other is a primal desire and a primal, not even desire, but a, like kind of an inclination to test other men around them to see how these men will react to friction situations.
Oh, you the first motherfucker that survives. Let's go, motherfucker. Okay. Oh, so excited. It's what makes me happy. Being able to let. Yeah. Let's go. Right now. I'll be back. Holy fuck.
In order to test them as if they're worthy to like interact with or like to trust on like a battle or like in a fight, right? On instinct, right? Like this is, it's like a primal desire and a primal, not even desire, but a like kind of an inclination to test other men around them to see how these men will react to friction situations in order to test them as if they're worthy to like interact with or like to trust on like a battle or like in a fight, right? On instinct, right? Like this is, it's like kind of like a test. Yeah, it's socially evolutionary. Yeah, I think so. And that's why I think guys banter with each other a lot and they say this stuff. It's a bro test? Yeah, exactly. And like, but I don't think women understand that the same way. And I don't even think, I think a woman can understand it, but I don't think women do it in the same way because it's just not, it's not the way people have evolved. It's not that deep. Okay, well, I think it is. I think it is. And the reason why I think it is because the same type, like think about how many cultures that are completely independent of each other in ancient times had initiation rituals for men. I mean, this is very clearly a human behavior, right? So if you have so many of these points on a graph, you have to be able to draw at least a little bit of a line. And I'm not saying it's a one-to-one, but I think there is a correlation here.
Good messaging is messaging that resonates with people's actual anxieties and lived experience, right? And so, yeah, like the Whatever podcast can resonate with men that are like incels or like struggling with women, right? Because a girl was mean to them or whatever. And they're able to project upon like those women which come on.
See, this is what's funny is that the girl in this is actually much more grounded than this guy. I think this guy is caricaturing everything. It's embarrassing. It's not just incels that watch that podcast. I mean, I think some of them are, yeah, for sure. But that's not all there is to it.
He's so patronizing. All women are like this. I feel better about myself. But there's all these other things that resonate probably more, which is like, man, shit's expensive, right? Like, man, I don't feel supported, right? Like, I don't feel like there's anywhere for me to go, right? I feel like if something bad happens to me, no one's there to support me. That's the thing that a lot of men deal with because a lot of times kind of put in the box of supporting other people, so no one's there to support themselves. Yep. And it's like, those are things that we can absolutely talk to. Actually, we could probably speak to better than the Republican Party.
Yeah, I think speaking to that is also understanding the mentality that they're coming from too. So another example is when you look at the polling of what are the issues.
Stoicism has been the resounding male philosophy in almost all cultures for about 2,000 years in one form or another. The solution to winning back men is not pussifying them and telling them that they need to go to therapy and everything like that. It is empowering them and giving them the tools to solve their problems.
Yes.
If you look at, again, how many ancient cultures come to the same conclusion with this? The reason why society, and again, this is going to go back to biology. A lot of women, I've noticed this, and how many of you guys have seen this happen, where you made yourself vulnerable to a woman and she didn't feel the same way about you after that? I think this is a very, very, very common phenomenon. Extremely common. Yeah, right? Every time? Yeah. And that's the thing, the ick and everything like that, it's turn off. Yeah. That's because women don't like men that do that. So don't listen to this kid say to do that, because women don't like that. I'm not saying never to be vulnerable around a girl, but I'm saying that that shouldn't be the goal. The goal should not be to make the way that men approach these issues with the way that women do.
I don't know about that, buddy.
Do you want to be a woman? Yeah. Men and women are different, and their roles in society are different. And again, I've done this graph.
Didn't hurt anybody.
What is this here? I've done this graph before, but if you look at all of human nature, all of human history, right? This is the primal ages, and this right here is now. What do you think the odds are that we have evolved to overcome all of this? Oh, that's right. 0. Literally 0.
As we can see, Timo is a very small, tiny chapter, and in fighting games, that usually becomes a big issue for the opponent. When he presses down stew, Timo plants grass on the ground, and it grows over time. After it grows, Timo has 3 interactions with the grass. First is that he turns invisible inside the grass immediately. When he's outside of the grass, he can press down the stew again to teleport back to the grass. There's another use for this, and that is Timo can use crouching H to burn the grass. And another special feature about the fire is that once you get the fire...
Kill. Oh no. Oh no. Telling me there's someone here already? God damn it. So you know I'm here. This became a PvP area. Let's go. There's a box in here. Motherfuckers. Okay. Let's go. Wait. Whatever. Let's go. Hey, baby. Yo.
That are the most important to young men. One of the top issues consistently is immigration. If you actually talk to a young guy about how he feels about immigration, am I allowed to pass on this?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, they don't give a shit. They don't give a shit about immigration. It's this idea of scarcity and competition of if you're a young man in America, you are expected to go to college or go to a trade school and get a.
They absolutely care about competition because the illegals are the ones that are competing for the jobs that a lot of young men are trying to get.
Yep.
They're the ones that are the most affected by it.
Yep.
Low education and low income people are the ones that are the most affected by these things. What are you talking about?
Education, get a degree. Then you're expected to get a high-paying job. And then once you get your high-paying job, you're expected to find your wife and to buy a house and to have kids and to do all of these things.
Yes.
And if you don't do that, you're a failure.
That's right.
Because you are the man. You have to provide.
That's right.
You can't provide.
No.
You're not actually a man. And so
that's true. That's true.
For a high paying job. I gotta take care of my heli. Oh wait. It includes me, but I'm the one stealing their jobs. Of course. It all makes sense now.
Yep.
we set the Republicans specifically, they set this expectation, and then they make it almost impossible for young men to actually do those things, whether it's through not raising minimum wage, whether it's through the price of tuition going up, all these different things. And so what ends up happening is you have these young guys who they're working every single day. They're working on oil rigs. They're working Amazon warehouses.
That's a very big. What are we talking about? That's a huge difference. The guys that are roughnecks in an oil rig are knocking down 200 grand. Probably fucking more. Like, what do you mean? Yeah, like they're making crazy money on that. Working in an Amazon fulfillment center for $50K a year is not the same as working on a fucking oil rig. And also, I bet a lot of the guys that work on these oil rigs probably don't have a lot of problems with women because they're massively in shape. They're in peak performance of their entire life because that's what you have to be able to work at an oil rig. They're jacked
maybe
as
they
fuck,
work a 9-to-5 job. They're working every single day, and they're still not getting ahead. So then we force young men to make this decision of either you can blame yourself
because of
or
drugs,
you can blame
nigga.
others. And if you're a young guy...
Well, the problem is that, so here's the issue, is that men are incentivized and encouraged to blame themselves, whereas people of minority groups or different, like non-heteronormative sexualities and women are encouraged to blame society. And liberals support positions and platforms and systems that benefit those groups but not men. So when you're a young man and you're having trouble making it, and then you see opportunities being provided for other people that are, let's say, gay or a woman, but you don't have those for yourself, how can you possibly expect to get a vote from that person? How can you possibly expect a person to vote for you if you have categorically and systematically denied them an opportunity based off of the consequences of their birth? Why would anybody vote for that?
Sentry's really got a new feature that lets you take your application logs and send them into Sentry as structured logs. Once they're in Sentry, you can search and query them like you normally would logs, but we're adding some additional things to it. We want to be able to use these logs to help troubleshoot and debug problems inside of your applications. So when you get an issue pop up inside of Sentry, you'll be able to see the logs that are related.
Really? Why are we watching this? I find this to be very interesting, and I have a lot of opinions about this.
Working 8 to 12 hours a day. If you're paying all your bills, you're doing everything you can, and you're still not getting ahead.
And the issue also is because I don't think that a lot of these people understand men's issues at all. They don't get them at all.
We expect them to think that they're the problem. They're doing everything that they've been told to do their entire life.
Yeah, exactly.
And so that kind of little nagging, insecure voice in the back of the head, that's where Republicans really push through that ideology and get to young men, is because then they can convince them, well, this is the person whose fault it is. It's not your fault that you can't get ahead in America. It's the immigrants who are coming here. It's their fault because they're taking your high-paying jobs.
Right.
Yep. That's it. They are.
That you can't get ahead in America. It's the immigrants who are coming here. It's their fault because they're taking your high-paying jobs.
Right.
Expect them to think that they're the problem. They're doing everything that they've been told to do their entire life.
Yeah, exactly.
And so that kind of little nagging, insecure voice in the back of the head, that's where Republicans really push through that ideology and get to young men, is because then they can convince them, well, this is the person whose fault it is. It's not your fault that you can't get ahead in America. It's the immigrants who are coming here. It's their fault because they're taking your high-paying jobs.
Right.
Yep. That's it. They are. Yeah, that's the whole point. That's the issue. Yeah, here in Elias, yeah, it's obvious.
Right, and this hits on something that's so true. It's not that people are intrinsically prejudiced against immigrants. I mean,
they're taking houses too. And I think that's another factor as well.
Some people are, but most people are not. The critical mass of Americans that say they care about immigration are not. It's that what? People are intrinsically prejudiced, and this hits on something that's so true. It's not that people are intrinsically prejudiced against immigrants. I mean, certainly some people are. But most people are not. The critical mass of Americans that say they...
This is another thing that they shoot themselves in the foot with, because they constantly try to muddy the waters between illegal immigration and legal immigration. I think that the majority of people, like a super majority of people, are okay with legal migration and legal immigration at a limited scale, especially when it's done based off of skill sets and a person's ability to assimilate into the culture, right? Like, we're all pretty much fans of that. I mean, some people aren't, right? They might want an ethnocentric country, but I think that's a minority. But also the majority of people are consequently also completely against mass illegal migration. That's a huge. That's the big issue. And these two things are very different.
About immigration or not. It's that Republicans have made immigration an economic issue. They've made it an everything issue.
Well, it is. It's obviously an issue. Like, it 100% is.
They point to immigrants and they say, these are the people that are taking away your livelihood, the safety of your family, etc., etc., etc. And, like, that's a lie. It's a vicious lie, but it's a lie that you can...
Why is it a lie? Is it ever explained why it's a lie? No, it's not.
To understand people believing if they have no other explanations offered to them. And I think there's something else about this that's really insightful. It's
I don't understand the logic that people like this use, because I'm sure this guy would be one of the first people to accuse these companies of trying to save every dollar possible and being as exploitive as possible towards the labor force, and how bad these employers are, and probably criticize capitalism as like a meta thing. So, like, how is it that you can have all of these viewpoints and think all of these negative things about capitalism and the way that business owners make decisions, but the idea that business owners will never make decisions to hire somebody who has less collateral and less negotiating and bargaining power in employment, this is unthinkable. How is it that you can come to the conclusion that these people are greedy and selfish in every single other regard, but they wouldn't be greedy and selfish in this one regard? It's complete logical jump. Like, that's it, and it's insane. But don't want slaves? Yes, exactly. They hate big companies. People hate getting taken advantage of. Yeah, I think so. Pay Americans the money they deserve, wages raised along with prices if inflation is defeated. Well, I don't know about that. I don't think it's that simple. But, like, in general, do you guys see kind of what I'm saying here is, like, the dissonance with this? Is that, like, all of these corporations and all of these, like, business owners and these rich 1% people are evil, and
Something.
Bad, and they'll do anything to take advantage of people. But somehow, like the idea that they're taking advantage of illegal immigrants and people on H-1 visas, because also like if you're on a visa, think about it like this: if you're on a visa that's tied to your employment, your employer has more control and more leverage over you than they would have over a normal American citizen, because now people on H-1 visas, because also like if you're on a visa, think about it like immigrants and people on H-1 visas, because also like if you're on a visa, think about it like this: if you're on a visa that's tied to your employment, your employer has more control and more leverage over you than they would have over a normal American citizen, because now your status in your life is tied to your existence at this job, which means that naturally you will put up with more bullshit because you have more to lose if you lose the job. This is just common sense. I don't know why people can't see it that way.
Get help where you need it most. Microsoft 365.
If you're on a visa that's tied to your employment, your employer has more control and more leverage over you than they would have over a normal American citizen. Because now your status in your life is tied to your existence at this job, which means that naturally you will put up with more bullshit because you have more to lose if you lose the job. This is just common sense. I don't know why people can't see it that way. Visa.
As soon as this cow walked in the chute, as soon as it
In the case
Tu papá siempre va a querer que tengas lo que él no tuvo cuando era niño. Siempre va a soñar que vivas mejor de lo que él vivió. Que llegues mejor de lo que él vivió. Que llegues más lejos de lo que él está. Por eso, a veces parece duro, estricto, renegón, porque detrás de cada regaño hay un miedo. Porque detrás de cada regaño hay un miedo escondido. Ese miedo de que la vida te golpee como lo golpearon a él. De que sufras las cosas.
One right here, one right here, one right here, one right here.
Pilot, your AI assistant at work.
Looking for an explanation about why things kind of suck in their lives, right? And so if you look at a lot of the content that men like watch, well, some of it's, just right-wing content. A lot of it's like self-help stuff, right? Like who's the most into self-help? It's
You need to stop being a simp. Fucking based Dr. K. Absolutely.
And what's the self-help say? It's your mind, it's your thought process that's the reason why things suck, right? And some of people are even always eager to blame someone else. They're just eager to have an explanation, a solution to the suffering they're facing in their lives.
Well, the issue is that, and this is another problem, is that if somebody had said this about minorities or women or another form of what this person probably perceives as a disenfranchised group of people, they would say, oh no, these actually are structural reasons and there is a reason. So this is, again, another double standard of what's happening again.
Depth conversation a few weeks ago with some other content creators where I was talking about the messaging that the Democratic Party uses so often, and we talk about the diversity, equity, inclusion, DEI.
Oh,
and I think where we've kind of fallen into this trap is we have made the party exclusive by trying to make it inclusive. And when I mean...
She's right. Yeah, she's right.
What I mean by that is, every room we walk into, the messaging that we're using is different. Every single one of them. And I think that that's the wrong way to go about it. I think we should have one specific, this is the message we use on this issue. Because people are going to interpret that message however they want to interpret it. Everyone has their own form of cultural competency. So, and I think with Trump in particular is they kind of just say the same thing over and over again.
He does.
And then if they ever change their opinion on it, they just say it with so much confidence that it's hard to convince people that that's not what they meant. So for us, I think it's just, we should just be saying the same thing about the same issue over and over and over again. And
she's right about that. That's what Bernie Sanders does, and it resonated really well with people. That's true.
Voters decide what it means through their own cultural lens instead of telling them specifically what we mean every single time.
Right. We don't need to make I know a lot of people have, they want to make fun of it. That's not the problem. I don't care about this. I mean, she's not on here normalizing being overweight or saying being fat is a good thing. Like, there's no reason to, I don't care about that.
One bag, infinite possibilities. Kate Spade.
The issue with pandering is it looks like you're pandering. You don't seem genuine whenever you're saying something different in two different rooms with different demographics in them. Even if you are being genuine, but sometimes it's just not, right? Like
of course, you're changing your accent, like code switching. Yeah.
Kamala Harris's agenda for black men. I don't think that really went anywhere because it just seems so kind of contrived. It seems so
Well,
like.
and also it was just so. It was and this same thing. It's the same thing that Hillary Clinton did, where it's they'll like you'll have people on the right throw out these claims of like, well, what are you doing for this group? And we'll have these long-winded like explanations with these details and these figures, and then we can go out and talk about it so we're blue in the face. But at that point, the conversation's already moved. On because they didn't actually care about the answer, they cared about how they felt about the answer. And so I feel like we just get into these specifics so frequently that frankly people just don't care about.
But we need simple ideas that you articulate all the time, right? So like, for instance, build more housing, right? And somebody says, well, how does that benefit this group? It's like, well, do you live in housing? Like, there's some big economic issues that hit everybody. Affordability is one of the most central ones. And that's something that we should champion. And the good news is it helps everyone, right? It's not just good policy.
Nigga, the fuck? Don't bitch ass up. Too bitch. Fuck out of here.
All the time, but it's also like you don't need to have different messages for different groups, in large part because there isn't different policy solutions for different groups. Like targeted policies are usually ones that are kind of watered down, right? They're kind of less, increasing funding for specific programs for certain races and businesses. I mean, that's great and all, and we
It's not good. It's racially based and it's bad. And you're never going to get, like, for me, this is a single issue voter thing for me, is that I will never vote for a person that would disenfranchise me or deny me an opportunity or give another person an opportunity above me. based off of the nature of my skin color or my ethnicity or anything about me, my gender, my sexuality. So if you support that, I will vote against you one issue thing. Because why would I ever vote for somebody that actively wants to put me at a disadvantage? Period. They're not good.
Period.
That's the whole reason why. And also, again, do you know who really benefits from DEI policies? White women. That's who benefits from it. It's not even primarily. It's not even primarily minorities. It's white women.
For a long time. But that's not going to fix the big economic inequality and opportunity issues we have in this country. The only thing that can do that is dramatic investments, is a huge expansion of the social support system, et cetera, et cetera. And that's the kind of stuff that we should probably focus on talking about.
Yeah, you look at things like, the healthcare plan or, the homeowners, like first-time loans up to this amount or this percentage. I need Democrats to start talking like, well, what's your healthcare policy? My healthcare policy is healthcare should be good and cheap.
Right. Because you just explain, like, I'm going to do a price transparency, like a price break statute, and I'm going to expand the premium tax credit, whatever. Like, Republicans never say the word tax credit. Why don't we say the word tax credit all the time?
I think it's because, like, we're still operating in this, like, fallout of Reagan, Bill Clinton mentality. The difference is that most Democrats don't have the charisma that Bill Clinton had. And so instead of leaning on the charisma, they lean on the details. And I just don't think it translates the same way. We just come off as a bunch of dorks. Like, that's just the truth. We just come off as...
it's not that. It's that you don't need... The problem isn't that you're getting a tax credit for a loan. The problem is that you need a loan in the first place. That's the problem. You're addressing a symptom, but not the actual disease.
A bunch of dorks. Nobody wants to listen to a dork.
I think voters like people they think are smart, but they don't like people that they don't understand, right? They want to feel like they understand what you're saying, and it's smart, not just like, I don't understand what they're saying.
Let's go ahead and make sure that we understand one thing. If you can't communicate to people because you're not able to succinctly summarize your ideas, that doesn't make you smart, it makes you stupid. So this whole premise that the reason why we're losing is because we're so smart and we explain everything a lot, and people are stupid and so they don't understand it, this is the most patronizing, annoying, obnoxious thing to say. That's not what happens at all. Like, yeah, maybe you're just bad at communicating.
And therefore they're smart, right? And they also like simple solutions. like we don't need to talk about each detail of each healthcare policy. We can just say, like you said, what we're going to do, right? And you can tell people the basic details about how you're going to do it. You don't need to really get in the weeds. And you also don't need to talk about 20 things at once. I think that's part of the issue with the Democratic coalition. The Democratic coalition is like, we want border security, tax cuts, whatever. There's like 5 things that they actually care about, and then there's minor things. And for the Democrats, it's like, well, we're really diverse, actually. We want a lot of different things, but we need to learn to prioritize, because not every issue deserves to be brought into the spotlight just for any reason. Whenever you go to a door as a Democrat and you knock on the door to talk to a voter about the things that your party supports, they should already know what those things are. If they don't, that means that you're not doing a good job messaging. If you go to somebody and you ask them, what does Trump support? They're going to be able to list at least 2 things, probably. They can't list anything for Kamala Harris. $30,000 home buyer tax credit, whatever. No, there's 0% chance they can list anything. because there's just so many ideas that are all so
They can't. It's about the deep. Like, no, that's not even true. So the issue is that, like, one of the most powerful and the strongest advertisements that Trump had was the Trump is for you and she is for he or them and they. So, like, the championing of these, like, weird social issues and, like, weird gender issues absolutely is something that the Democrat Party has taken total ownership of. And in the process of them taking total ownership of that issue, what they've ended up doing is they've alienated, like, hundreds of people. Like not, maybe not hundreds, right? But, like, they've alienated, like, a huge percentage of people.
Well, no, that's not true. They'll say that she supports sex changes for transgender illegal aliens in prison.
Yes, she does. A very center-over platform, yes.
It was a center part of her
So
platform.
this is the problem, is that whenever you have a thing that's something like, for example, like, oh, like they caricaturize this, but let me give you guys, so this is a good frame of reference, and I think these things are really important to keep in mind. So whenever you're talking about, like, for example, let me think of a good way to explain this and, like, put this in the context. Give me a second, let me just think. So let's say you find out that there's a person who's a flat earther. Would that taint your opinion of that person's opinions about everything? Because, like, the moment I heard that a person was a flat earther, I would immediately decide this person is no longer worth taking seriously at all. Like, this is a moron. This is a person who does not live in reality.
I didn't even say come inside. Fuck. What are you doing? Okay, no kids. Yeah. Get your, what the fuck are you doing? Is that nice to you? Invited you in? Just like every win.
So if you have positions like, for example, men should be able to compete in women's sports, it might only affect 5 people in the country, but the fact that you have that position is enough to alienate everyone because it is so ridiculous and it provides a frame of reference of your logical thought process that is totally incongruent with anybody else. And it shows that the way that you make decisions is irrational, stupid, and people don't like it. That's the reason why. So it actually is a huge component. It's a massive fucking component. And it's the same as flat Earth or any other weird dumb shit like that.
I use Creative Cloud Pro to take my design projects to the next level. I use Adobe Illustrator's new AI tools to create graphics, generative fill to add in interesting details, generative expand to make it a full-size illustration.
Yeah, I mean,
My favorite. Bro, what the hell? Damn, shit. Hey, man. Where's the shot at, bitch? Where's the shot at? Where's the shot at? Where's the shot at? Hey, look my drink. Hey. Never mind, that's not my drink. That's my drink. My shot. Where's the shot at? Where's the shot at, bitch? Where's the shot at? Where's the shot? Get that hook. Get that hook. It's on your business, so they make the store. Every team along with me, it's not the park. Take the blocks, we want the streets and all.
Okay.
Yesterday there was a lot as Knesset on
Yeah, stupid as I'm Foolishness. Foolishness. Yeah, stupid as I'm The fuck is going on? Foolishness. Foolishness. Yeah, stupid as I'm The fuck is going on? Foolishness. Foolishness.
Hey, this is an honor of us, bro. This is gonna over. It's.
This is already how the rich invest. They don't trade stocks themselves.
Your farm, I can't make it up there.
I came high with custom Mustang. There's nothing about it. And then we gave it to my house and some housework renovation. Started working streamers. He was driving the car to LA. On the car, we were fixing it. Nobody paid. Nobody paid. I tried to show the concert link on stream, and I clicked the link to show them the concert, but because the Amazon servers are down, it said error bad gateway and then showed the whole house type. Nobody paid. Nobody paid. I tried to show the concert link on stream, and I clicked the link to show them the concert, but because the Amazon servers are down, it said error bad gateway and then showed the whole house type.
No, nobody panic. Nobody panic.
Yeah, bro. I'm not gonna lie. Y'all gotta take this out because I'm sorry. And then you just gonna stare at me, bro. I'm good. I'm good. I ain't gonna lie. I'm good. I'm good. I was turning this bitch. Nah, bro. I'm good. I'm good. I need a break, bro. We gotta hold on for a second, bro. We gotta hold on for a second. And then he just ran towards me, bro. I'm not messing with it. I'm not messing with it, bro. As soon as I said, good, y'all need to stop that, he looked at me and ran towards me. Yeah, bro. I'm not gonna lie. Oh my God, hold up, Mr. Officer. I'm about to make the play of a lifetime. Down. One moment, everyone stop. One shot. You would have held that, you know that? Dude, he's a shit. You didn't have to think about it. Buddy. Oh my God, hold up, Mr. Officer. I'm about to make the play of a lifetime. Down. One moment, everyone stop. One shot. You would have held that, you know that? Dude, he's a shit. You didn't have to think about it. Oh my God, hold up, Mr. Officer. I'm about to make the play of a lifetime.
Okay, whatever.
It's just the same thing over and over again. It's kind of like, you guys know the future. I think of it as America, or voters in general, when they're deciding who they want to vote for, they want a mom and they want a dad. Not female something. There can be, same-sex parents here. They want a mom and a dad. They want someone who, in times of uncertainty, can bring them comfort and can make them feel like there's someone there for them. And they also want someone who's going to be stern, who's going to have their back, and who's going to say the tough things that need to be said. And I feel like we try to offer voters comfort, but instead of coming across as like mom or dad, we kind of come across as like
a nagging teacher.
You kind of don't like her, but she gets you really good Christmas presents. So, like, every once in a while, you'll go visit. Like, I feel like that's kind of how we come across. Is like, well, I don't really trust the Democrats, and I don't really like them that much. But the Affordable Care Act was cool, and like that's kind of the extent of it. Is how people feel about us most of the time.
Well, yeah. Well, that's the family theory of partisan politics in the United States.
Guys, I think I might have just caught on to something here. I think that we might have just had a bit of a revelation. Gentlemen, it's not looking good. I'll tell you that. It's not looking good at all. Oh my fucking God. I'll link you guys the video. I think that they are so off base with a lot of these issues that I think they have huge, huge existential problems. And to be fair, I think this woman has a good amount of sense and she's brought up some good points. But the majority of things that she's saying and the issues that she's bringing up, she's, I think, invalidating a lot of the things, like, for example, immigration and the second order effects of immigration and how these people are getting money from the government, but citizens aren't. and the inherent unfairness of this. Honestly, like, I think that, I mean, she's like, I would say like 40% right, which is pretty good for them, right? I mean, I'd say that's pretty good. Give me a second, I'll be right back.
Blitzcrank is a champion that we knew from the beginning that we really wanted to have in our game.
We knew Blitz was going to be our first true grappler in the game. Let's look at those hands.
They're ready. They're ready for that command grab. Blitzcrank is from Zon. They were kind of designed to clean up after all the sump and all of the waste that's all around there. So we actually named a lot of their moves after that. The whole idea is that while also trying to clean the streets of Zon, literally, they are also trying to clean up the streets of Zon figuratively by helping people, and they're just trying to do their best. They have all these interesting moves.
Apparently scammers and these like weird fucking people are all over Europe.
This is Paris. That's me running for my life after flying here to expose scammers like this.
Hey, I'm Andrew Santino, and this is my last meal. Every person has exactly two things in common. We all gotta eat and we're all gonna die. Today's guest is an actor, comedian, and podcaster who you might recognize from Bad Friends, Ricky Stenicki and Dave. He's got a new comedy special out on Hulu called White Noise, and he's a 2028 Olympic gymnast hopeful under the tutelage of Coach Hoot Tututi. Andrew Santino, welcome to the show.
Dude,
Hoot Tututi. What a good comeback. They have been called controversial by some, abusive by others. He refuses to stop smoking inside the gym. Are you worried that he won't be allowed in the Olympic Training Center? No, because here's the deal. In this modern age that we're living in, most people are getting tested for steroids or performance-enhancing drugs. Yeah. Hoot's methods are the opposite. Yeah. Destroy the body, ruin the self, then you become the real athlete you've always wanted to become. Well, hey, man, thanks for coming on Last Minute. Thank you. I'm happy to be here. I've seen almost all of these episodes. No shit. Some of them I liked more than others. Some of the people I knew. Meals. Who Meal? Who did all Serial? What's wrong with me? Joseph Gordon-Levitt. Get out. Oh, man, you have watched it. You have watched them all. All Serial? When I'm super stoned and I come home at night from doing shows, I do like I will eat a whole box of cereal. I respect that. Golden Grahams are probably my like usual go-to. If I'm feeling wild, I'll get the Reese's, the peanut butter, the little Reese's peanut butter. But that's disgusting. You feel the film on your teeth. Yeah, they're all just spray coated with oil. Dude, good. Who cares? Have you thought about your last?
I hope they're not seed oils.
Sorry. I'm sorry. I shouldn't. I thought you were having a convulsive. Yeah, and you were, but it was.
We've got to get rid of seed oils out of cereal.
All right, dude. Eat them while you can. It's a little late. Isn't it a little late for us to be doing all this? Like, it's over. Can't we wrap this up? We should be eating. When you say it's over, what do you mean it's over? This! It's all this? This is fake. Yeah, I guess. Speed up that rock. You know they say that something's going to come get us? Yeah. Speed it up. I agree. My dad loves ancient aliens. He vehemently is like, like none of the pyramids were built by humans. And I was like, I don't know if that's true. I think some of these structures we proved that can be built, especially in Central America, Mexico. I was like, I think we proved it. He goes, no, all aliens. And I said, think about things. If aliens came and built these structures thousands of years ago, and they went to all these other countries and built these, but they skipped coming to the United States. There's a lot of land. There was a lot of land. And instead they were like, wait till people get there, and then we'll come back there, and we'll go to rural areas, and all we'll do is put stuff in their butt. The same guy that built a stone in the sky was like, we're going to probe these guys. Maybe that was the previous ruler's thing. Was New generation. New generation, right? That's smokers versus vapors. Smokers versus vapors. The original aliens were builders, and the new gen are butt people. The older aliens are like,
when we were your age, we were building pyramids. All you guys do are stuffing people's assholes in rural Nebraska. You just don't get us, Dad.
Talking about this.
Nebraska. You just don't get us, Dad.
Talking about this whole rock being accelerated. I got high this morning. That makes sense. I got pretty high this morning. How often do you think about death? I do say this phrase my wife hates. I say the phrase, we're going to die. Yeah. And I say it a lot, and she doesn't like it. But what I'm saying is, in the broader sense, when someone's like, oh, man, do we really want to go out later? And I'm like, we're going to die. Yeah. Who cares? Get it over with. Have fun. If I'm taking off a couple of years right now off the end of my life, do I want to be 94?
I'd rather die in my 80s, if I even get to 80, and I'll be stoked. So we're gonna die. Eat the thing, smoke it, take it, have fun, dude.
And we're definitely gonna eat the thing and drink the thing today.
Yeah, and if I die today, this will be a bummer that I just said that on camera, and then they play this at my funeral.
Yeah.
Like, look at it. This was his disposition. This is what he wanted.
Well, in memoriam, we'll roll at the end of this video. We're keeping monetization on. But
yeah, you have to.
That's not
we got to get paid.
Andrew, for the first course, your final meal on Earth, we have the Italian beef with all the giardiniera on it, a little bit of the gravy, some sweet peppers, some hot peppers from Portillo's. We got the cheese fries from Portillo's, and then we got the Coors Banquet. The Coors Heavy, a beer of beers, truly.
You sound like you were preaching right there.
I feel like I'm preaching.
I was about to be like, when you did that, man. It was so good. Portillo's was a staple as a kid. Every time I go back home, it's the first meal that I get. It's usually the last meal that I leave. And Italian beef is such a specific thing to Chicago. Like, you can get Italian beef other places. It's not the same.
Yeah.
Cheese fries is just an obvious compliment to putting cheese on everything the American way. And then this... Coors Banquet is just a good old-fashioned beer of beers.
Beer of beers?
Cheers to beer of beers. Just love it, man.
De vuelta en casa para las fiestas. Regresas a tu cuarto. Está justo como lo dejaste. Uy, bueno, por lo menos puedes conseguirle a papá unos shorts nuevos en oferta. Algo que...
Wisdom is getting older and realizing that the heavy version of light beers are the best in the world.
By far. Yeah, Bud Heavy's better than Bud Light. Miller Genuine Draft, on the other hand.
I think you're right on that one. The Miller Lite, but only after Miller Lite changed to the white can. I know they didn't change the actual beer that went into the cans, but it tastes better out of the white can instead of the blue one.
Uh-oh. Clip that.
No, hey, not white. No, he said...
I like it better out of white cans.
I didn't say that.
That's me. I'm not a... I don't like dark cans. I've always preferred white cans.
It's a way that it reflects the light. I think it's the beer fresher.
You see how he can spin anything like that into something negative, this guy? And who am I referencing when I do that impression? Of course, everybody knows.
President Joe Biden.
President Joe Biden. All right, shall we?
Beef, man.
Let's take a bite. Oh, my God.
Wow. It's like genuinely beautiful sandwich. Yeah, that's right. Are there other Chicago food delicacies? We're talking like deep dish pizza, Chicago dog, the pizza puff.
Deep dish pizza? We almost never eat deep dish.
Yeah.
This is a great lie that's been told by the media. Because New Yorkers are always like, we got the best pizza! And we're like, okay, and rats. So, slow down. We do like deep dish in Chicago. But we don't. We eat it literally maybe once a year. And you know when we usually eat it? When you guys come in. When outsiders come in, they go, can you take me to deep dish?
That's literally me, yeah.
Yeah, and we gotta go, okay, take this moron to deep dish. I think this is unequivocally the number one.
You get the chocolate milkshake at the Wiener Circle.
Yeah. Do people know what that is?
I feel like you have to explain it to them. I refuse to explain it to them.
So the Wiener Circle is on the north side of the city. It's operated by big, beautiful black women. And one of them in particular for the years, long time, was very well endowed. Very. And you go in and drunk college kids would come there. And she was sick of yelling at these kids. And a joke became that she would give you a chocolate shake, which was her big, beautiful breasts flopping back and forth. And I'm realizing I don't know how to tell this story without sounding crass.
No, yeah, me neither.
It's
but it's
rad. It's gross coming out of my mouth. It's a rad moment. And also, shout out to all tits. I mean, I'll take any color of tits. I don't care what color they are.
Yeah.
Big tit guy. Big tit guy.
Are you actually?
Yeah.
I think tit guys have fallen out of fashion, but the hope in your
Well, everybody likes butts now. That's like a big thing, but I like a nice butt, but you still poop out of there.
I'll eat it though. X knows. X knows I'll eat out of it. Shit. Hey bro, I heard you cock that shit back. Come on. Either you come down and we do this shit. Oh, okay. Okay, silence, bitch.
do poop out of it. It is weird. Poop doesn't come out of tits, dude. Poop doesn't come out of tits, folks. He's running. Please watch my new special on Disney Plus. Speaking of your new special on Disney Plus, I got a chance to watch it. It was really hilarious, but the thing that stood out to me was how good it was. Like, you were just freaking excellent, man. You were like, just... Oh, thank you, man. I really appreciate that. You had a very soft nice. Excellent, man. You were like, just... Oh, thank you, man. I really appreciate that. You had a very soft nice. Is that beard oil? Yeah, I did beard oil. My wife does it, rubs it in the morning with her tits. That's enough. That's a wasting beard oil. Yeah, it really is. But no, for real. And I know you said that when you did your first special, Home Field Advantage, that you weren't exactly ready for it, and you went ahead and did it anyway. Watching those back to back, like, it's so apparent how much you've grown and how ready you were this time. I'm not upset I did it in retrospect, but it just wasn't what I was ready to do, because I'd done my Comedy Central half hour. It would kind of shoehorn something new that I wasn't prepared for, but something that you learn in the business for being genuine. When you're young, they will take advantage of you in a way that you'll only find out when you're much older, that you'll go, man, I wish I had the balls or something to go, I don't want to do that. But you need the money, you need the exposure, and it's so hard to say no. So we needed the money. I needed to quit my job. So I was like, I'll do whatever they need me to do. Yeah. You know what I mean? And I did some wild stuff, dude. I did some wild stuff. When you shoehorn something new that I wasn't prepared. That's enough. That's a wasting beard oil. Yeah, it really is. But no, for real. And I know you said that when you did your first special, Home Field Advantage, that you weren't exactly ready for it, and you went ahead and did it anyway. Watching those back to back, like, it's so apparent how much you've grown and how ready you were this time. I'm not upset I did it in retrospect, but it just wasn't what I was ready to do, because I'd done my Comedy Central half hour. It would kind of shoehorn something new that I wasn't prepared for, but something that you learn in the business for being genuine. When you're young, they will take advantage of you in a way that you'll only find out when you're much older, that you'll go, man, I wish I had the balls or something to go, I don't want to do that. But you need the money, you need the exposure, and it's so hard to say no. So we needed the money. I needed to quit my job. So I was like, I'll do whatever they need me to do. Yeah. You know what I mean? And I did some wild stuff, dude. I did some wild stuff. But yeah, the new special I was very proud of. I shot it in Minneapolis. I think it's such a great, underrated comedy and entertainment city. Yeah. My only issue I had was that my dumb agent, idiot, booked me there to shoot my stand-up special the same weekend that Shane Gillis played the arena where the Timberwolves play, and Kevin Hart played the field house down the street. So you're fired. That guy's fired. No, that guy's an idiot. Shane was like, oh, dude, that's crazy they did that, dude. I was like, yeah, man. Shane Gillis played where the Timberwolves play basketball. And I played where they do Bye Bye Birdie. You know what I mean? Like, I did a little where they do Rent. That's where I played. It was fun. It was a beautiful special. I was happy to shoot it. I hope everybody enjoys it. And if you don't tell me. That hurts when someone's like, dude, I love you, man. I didn't like your special. Can I take a picture? You're like, you got it. This one hit me like literally last week. It was in Detroit, and this woman's like, I don't know who you are, but my friend said you're famous. Can I have a picture? That's the worst. I was like, absolutely not. And she's like, you're a dick. I was like, did you hear what you just said to me? You said, I don't know who you are, but can I have... It's like such an uncomfortable, weird... But sometimes people just don't realize what they're doing or saying. Yeah, most people are really rad when they see me in public. Most of the time it's at an airport and they yell out, I'm Bobby Mom. I hear that a lot. Yeah. Sometimes it's weird. When I'm like sitting on a plane, it's quiet. Yeah. And what's that kid's name again? The cute Damien. When like a Damien walks on the plane. Yeah. And he'll be on his phone and go, dude, I'm Bobby Mom! Would you say you fit into the asshole with a heart of gold archetype? I think, like, my heart is really good. Yeah, but I had a tough little shell. When I was a kid, my biological father and my mom split. He got in trouble. He had to go away for a while. And I think that affected me as a kid, so I got tougher. It was like, you gotta, like, buck up and do it. And then I had red hair, and there was all these factors against me. It's like, no dad redhead. I mean, a no dad redhead is so sad, dude. That's a sad little boy. Yeah, it's a sad little boy. So I built this tough exterior, but inside I really did care. Yeah. So it's kind of grown into a little bit more softer version as I've gotten older. Yeah. It really comes through in your comedy in a way that I like genuinely appreciate, because I think we need the assholes with a heart of gold to be able to communicate certain ideas. The hardest I laughed in White Noise is when you're talking about your uncle. So I'm like, ain't no drag queen gonna read to my kids. That's right. You know, you're not gonna read to your kids. Kids either. Yeah. Might as well let someone in a costume give it a try. Like, it's obviously it's hard, it's bitter, it's edged,
but also it's like with a heart of gold. There's this kind of sweet softness to it.
I don't care about other people's lifestyles the way that a lot of people do, and I think I've always kind of felt that way. Maybe because I was exposed to it as a kid. My mom, when we lived in downtown Chicago, my mom, most of her coworkers were gay men and beautiful young women.
Yeah.
So like I saw that a lot as a kid, and I was used to different cultures. So maybe I just was exposed early, so I didn't care. Maybe it normalized it. But now as an adult, when I hear people criticize other cultures, I'm just confused. I just don't get it. I'm like, what do you even care?
Yeah.
What's up with that? You're gonna let the male cheerleaders in the NFL. What's gonna happen?
Yeah.
Some young gay kid's gonna have more fun now watching football? If he sees men running at each other, fun. Also, his idol dancing? Let the kid celebrate, dude. Just, I can't wrap my head around it. You gotta let it go because we're gonna die.
We're gonna die.
We're gonna die. Who cares, man? Let people have fun. Who gives a shit? Take your dog for a walk, smoke a joint, and I promise you, you will not care about male cheerleaders anymore. It will. The NFL's new implementation of male cheerleaders will not bother you when you're looking at your cute little dog, and every 2 seconds she looks back like, look at you, so stoned, dude. And you're like, cut it out. Will you shut up? Don't tell anybody.
Andy, for course number 2 of your final meal, we have the Filiberto's California burrito with the French fries, the carne asada, no pico, no tomatoes, guac, sour cream, salsa roja, salsa verde on the side, and then, of course, the Mexican coconut bottle made with real cane sugar. Real cane sugar.
Sorry.
It's so healthy for you.
It's so healthy for you. And I gotta tell you, this meal, it brings me back. Like, the way the Portillo's was my childhood is the way that this was college for me. So I went to college at Arizona State, which is Harvard of the West. We would eat this daily, and I mean daily. And just looking at it reminds me of exactly what it's going to look like when it comes out.
Yeah,
It's massive that I put that in my body.
It's insane.
You cannot eat this from the end.
No, you cut it.
You must cut.
Or do you do the thing where you just...
No, ripping is... Should we try to twist and rip?
You cut it, I'll twist and rip, because I'm pretty seasoned to this. So just like 1, 2.
Yeah.
So
that's pretty good.
And then you kind of just get here.
You're going to make me look like a dainty. When you pour the hot sauce, it gets into these little crevices, these little corners that you don't get when you just eat it from the top.
Yeah.
Cheers to you.
Do it now, spritz it good. Rub it on your body just like you should. Right now, spritz it good. Roll it on your body, know you secure. My neck, my back, my legs, bitch, all that.
We're challenging the standard of what comes standard with the next generation GMC Terrain Elevation. Get this low mileage lease on this 2026 Terrain Elevation for around $279 per month.
Yeah, man. Oh my God.
Talking about you being a caring individual, I've heard you say just some of the most atrocious things ever to Bobby Lee.
Oh, fuck.
There you go. But also, I didn't realize that the origin of Bad Friends was you sort of pulling him out of a depressive relapse from his dad dying. Like that's asshole with a heart of gold archetype.
Right.
Like legendary.
I play into this thing of me giving him shit and goofing with him and talking him shit. But with Bob, his dad died, and he relapsed. It was a pretty awful time for us, and I was filling in on his show. We got him through that, and he said, you know, I appreciate your friendship because I kind of was helping him through this really tough time. And I said, when I got out, I think we should start that show finally because we had talked about it forever. You know, and when he got out, he was clean and happy, and life was kind of like really starting to move in a good direction. We started the show, and then by the grace of God, kind of COVID. Like, thanks, China. It was rad. Like, everyone was at home, and everybody watched Bad Friends. I mean, it was like we literally started the show, and a few months later, COVID hit, and now people had nothing but time to watch podcasts and consume. Bob and I, yeah, that's my brother. It's my literal brother. I love him so much. He is as close to any family as it would be without having physical blood. Well, and I've been in the business for 20 years. It's the greatest job I've ever had in my entire life. I feel the most blessed and grateful to
to have him as like my brother, my comedy partner and confidant. Yeah. I love him so very, very much. He's my little cute little dumpling. My sweet little dumpling. And you can't say that kind of stuff. I can't.
No, I can't. No, it's because the red hair actually gives him a pass. I was going to say, is hosting the podcast with him a better job than working at Native New Yorker in Tempe? I was surprised the wings did not end up on here. They have a 2.4 rating on Yelp. They're doing great right now.
I was a server, and we had 10-cent wing night. 10-cent wings.
That's too cheap for wings.
Can you imagine? People would literally go, can I have one honey barbecue, one mild, and 2 of the Szechuan Chinese spice, please? And I'm like, great. You have to order 6 at the minimum. Then I started saying, can we just make people do a dozen? It's 10 cents. Throw them away if you don't want them. But then people get just 6 wings and an iced tea, and my average tip, I think back then was probably 80 cents to $1. So I was killing it. So I needed Filibertos to exist.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Because I could do 5 tables and get myself a burrito. Thank God for Philly Bees. God bless you, Philly Bees.
Talk to me about the first time you had a panic attack working at Native New York.
God, it's so funny you know this stuff. This is gross. This is like, I feel like I'm doing doot-doodle-loot-doot.
Dude. You're Andrew Santino. We have to know.
That's so good.
We have to know.
So I used to get these ocular migraines. So on my left eye, I would begin to lose vision. And so I kind of was like, man, what is that? So I had water, sat down, whatever, told my boss, I was like, I got to go on break for a second. And then I sat in the break room and it got worse. Well, little did I know, fluorescent lights tend to trigger it and make it worse. And the absolutely 80 cents to $1. So I was killing it. But
that's too cheap. As the wings did not end up on here. They have a 2.4 rating on Yelp. They're doing great right now.
I was a server, and we had 10-cent wing night.
4 rating.
It would be without having physical blood.
Yeah.
And I've been in the business for 20 years. It's the greatest job I've ever had in my entire life. I feel the most blessed and grateful to have him as like my brother, my comedy partner and confidant.
Yeah.
I love him so very, very much. He's my little dumpling. My sweet little dumpling. And you can't say that kind of stuff. I can't.
No, I can't. No, it's because the red hair actually gives him a pass. I was going to say, is hosting the podcast with him a better job than working at Native New Yorker in Tempe? I was surprised the wings did a better job than working at Native New Yorker in Tempe. I was surprised the wings did not end up on here. They have a 2.4 rating on Yelp. They're doing great right now.
I was a server, and we had 10-cent wing night. 10-cent wings.
That's too cheap for wings.
Can you imagine? People would literally go, can I have one honey barbecue, one mild, and 2 of the Szechuan Chinese spice, please? And I'm like, great. You have to order 6 at the minimum. Then I started saying, can we just make people do a dozen? It's 10 cents. Throw them away if you don't want them. But then people get just 6 wings and an iced tea, and my average tip, I think back then was probably 80 cents to $1. So I was killing it. So I needed Filibertos to exist.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Because I could do 5 tables and get myself a burrito. Thank God for Philly Bees. God bless you, Philly Bees.
Talk to me about the first time you had a panic attack working at Native New York.
God, it's so funny you know this stuff. This is gross. This is like, I feel like I'm doing doot-doodle-loot-doot.
Dude.
This is gross. This is like, I feel like I'm doing doot-doodle-loot-doot.
Dude. You're Andrew Santino. We have to know.
That's so good.
We have to know.
So I used to get these ocular migraines. So on my left eye, I would begin to lose vision, and so I kind of was like, man, what is that? So I had water, sat down, whatever, told my boss, I was like, I got to go on break for a second. And then I sat in the break room, and it got worse. Well, little did I know, fluorescent lights tend to trigger it and make it worse. And that's Native New Yorker's key lighting package was fluorescent.
So the wings really pop.
Yeah, really glistens the mild sauce. So I was getting this blindness in my left eye, and when it completely encompassed my entire vision out of my left side, I had a severe panic attack so bad I went to the ER because I thought I was going blind. Or my brain went into spiral like, am I having a stroke? Am I dying? Do I have a malfunction in my brain? Like something really wrong. We went to the ER and they checked me out and they couldn't find anything. And after it felt like weeks of CAT scans and testing and all this stuff and blood tests and everything. Finally, one doctor was like, explain in detail about this. So I did. It's like, oh, this is just precursors to migraines. They're ocular migraines. It's oddly rare, but some people get different precursors to migraines. They know they're going to get them. Because of that, it really, really screwed me out for a long, long time. And those of you that have had panic attacks, my heart is with you because
it did a number on me in a way I couldn't explain. It does something to you where people are like, come on, just cut it out. And you're like, yeah, I'll just cut it out. It's impending doom. I think everything's going to stop right now, and I'm going to die and go blind. I think it's hard for people to encompass what that feels like, but so I hated that. Thank you for bringing that up. Thank you so much.
No, bro. Yeah, no, I bet the burrito's good. You're like, no, yeah, this is good. Thanks a lot. And if they said that for a while, you were embarrassed to tell others that you really suffered with anxiety and panic attacks. Is it because people just telling you, like, oh, get over it?
When you say you have anxiety or depression, and I got both, I think people automatically do this stupid game where they're like, snap out of it. You know, have you tried exercising? You know, it's the same phrase if someone's like, pick yourself up on the bootstrap. It's like, just pull yourself together. Yeah. It's like, okay, dude, I just know it debilitates you in a way where you don't feel like yourself. And there's a thing called depersonalization syndrome where you physically feel like you're out of your body. Yeah. And I lived that a lot. That really messed me up when I was young. I would feel like I'm watching myself walk through life, and that sucks because you don't know how to get back in your own body.
You know what triggered that when you were young? Was there any singular event?
I was afraid to admit that I wanted to do stand-up, and I told my parents a little bit that I was like, I want to do comedy, and I want to try this thing, but I was so scared of like what that future was going to look like. I think it really started to hit hard when I realized it was like, well, I have no money, I'm moving across the country by myself. I'm not a super bright guy. I don't know what I would do if I wasn't for comedy. It's the only thing I loved. So I was like, if this doesn't work out, like actually, dude, thank God it did work out. But I think that fueled this anxiety and this depression a lot because I was scared of the drop off. You know, there were nights that I'd sit on my mattress on the floor. I used to live in a partitioned off dining room, Culver City, and I would sit there and go, if I don't make friends, who could I rob? I thought about it. I literally thought, who could I rob? And there was a sweet little woman that owned a bakery in Culver City.
Oh.
And I was like, she would fight back. I wouldn't hurt her. I wouldn't hit her. But I would be like, dude, just give me. I can't believe it. I was going to temporarily rob her.
Okay, gotcha. And gotta get it.
I would give it back once I got the money.
I guess Pete's doing data entry.
Just a temp thief. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Oh, God. Damn.
She has Nexplanon to prevent pregnancy, a non-daily birth control that lasts for 3 years. Don't use Nexplanon if you're pregnant or maybe.
Andrew, for course number 3 of your final meal, we have the thinly shaved mortadella, a little bit of aged balsamic on there with the chunky parmesan, served with just a little bit of filone bread and some salted butter. And then we had the tonnarelli alla nortina from Terroni over here, a little bit of fresh shaved black truffle on top, and then the Camus Cabernet, the finest that you were just chuckling at. So the reason that I think this is funny to me is, so I don't drink wine.
We're going to make you drink wine.
I'm going to drink wine. Well, how much was this? You guys pay a lot of money for this?
Yeah, I think it's like 300 or something.
Yeah. No, an old, white, annoying guy at a restaurant we were at, my wife was like, what do you mean you don't have Camus? How do you not have Cayman! And so it became like a thing for me of being like, you're not a Camus around it? So I've never even had this. So the bit to me was, I gotta try it on this show. So what I said to my wife when I typed it up, I was like, I'm gonna have Camus on the show. And you better have Camus. Pour you. So pour me a little bit. Let me pour yours. That's the only way. I didn't know anything about it, and I've literally never tasted it, but I'm excited to see what he was all upset about. Just say when.
That's good.
Yep, I appreciate you.
Yeah, no, that's fine. That's fine.
Is this enough?
I think it's okay. But yeah, I'm gonna some smaller. Like, Jesus.
Cheers.
Sip a few glasses and actually affects the way you taste the wine. Now I'm a Camus.
Cheers. That is pretty good. I can get it. This, by the way, Mortadella is my favorite because it's amazing. It's fine. I don't get tired of it. Yeah, I can eat 2-3 pounds of it.
Mortadella is short form.
Mortadella sirva tutto.
Oh, fuck me, bro.
I know, right.
It is. This is literally bologna, and then we just imported it and made it.
But it's nice for bologna.
It's buenas.
Yeah, because hard bologna's kind of dog shit.
Yeah.
Because they have little pieces of pistachio in it. And shout out, by the way, my favorite little deli called Domingos. Have you had Domingos? Domingos. Shout out to those guys. They're great. I think I like places where the people own it instead of like, Jersey Mike's or whatever. No offense, Mike.
What's Domingos like?
And they spit on it if you're a cop.
Oh.
Yeah, so good. Shaved Parmesan, you're not doing it. The only thing that should be shaved is this. Black truffle. That has to be shaved.
You're going way different. The only thing should be shaved.
No, when it comes to vagina, it's actually prefer
Yeah.
bush.
You're a full bush in a bikini.
I like a bush guy.
Yeah, bush guy. Yeah. Is it like bush gone older, or it's sort of
I always like bush. I keep a nice fluffy red bush.
Yeah.
You want to see?
I did. I something called Gavin Rossdale. That is an incredibly red bush.
Yeah.
That is. Wow. You said that you grew up with a lot of Catholic guilt, and you would slip a coin every time you decided to catch a kid. Have you gotten over it?
In my mom's house, I remember every time I wanted to jerk off, I had such really Catholic guilt. I'd flip a coin to determine if I would jerk off, and I'd say heads yes, tails no. And if I get tails, I'd go best 2 out of 3. I gotta do it again. Now, there's no more guilt. There's no more guilt. Now I feel comfortable with it. Although Bobby and I got into this thing, I'm trying to no porn. No porn for a little while. It feels good, but people are like, oh, what do you masturbate to if you're not going to look at stuff online? You savor things in the real world.
Auto trader.
Yes, dude. I see like a air-cooled 997. If I see an air-cooled Porsche, I'm always taking that to the...
What? I think there actually is something deeper, though, to you, like, not watching porn, because I think society now, everything has just gotten too good to mediate. We take it for granted.
How do I feel sexual energy from the world instead of from the internet? We don't need it from the internet. Now, do I jerk off to this show? Yes.
Tell me episodes to jerk off to. I'll tell you mine, because I do the same.
Tom Hanks, but I couldn't.
Yeah. It's...
For my boys got it, yeah, but yeah, that can't be the first time I've said that. Obviously, just for I keep up after that guy. I shouldn't, and I like him. He's a handsome guy. Why did I do that? What was the question? I've lost.
Are you only trying to like expunge the sexual energy from the internet, or is it like trying to sort of clean yourself off of addiction in general? Like, so many people are just addicted to instant gratification. And same way that you could be addicted to alcohol, drugs, whatever. Are you somebody that tries to sort of like expunge those addictions from your life?
I just know that it's an unhealthy reality for a healthy sexual life. Mm-hmm. I'm not criticizing people that enjoy it. I like porn too. My point is, I got so accustomed to just being like, I'll just throw it on and smack one out real fast.
Yeah, you're doing it out of obligations.
Yeah, and it kind of felt like rhythmic, and I was like, what if I break it up a little bit and try to knock without it? Maybe it was just because I did this thing for a while called like 30 days without, I think that's what it's called. It was like 30 days without booze, 30 days without meat, 30 days without, I just tried different stuff. And I was like, what if I do like just without porn and see how I feel about, and I think we're having more fun in the bedroom without it. I'm not saying don't do it. I'm just saying I like to try. I want to try. Challenge myself to see if I can do it without it. Will I be back? I'll be back, dude. I'll be back. There's some good stuff. There's some videos I missed.
No, I'm somebody that insane thinking that. Can I top her? Can I give her? This is actually very close to a drink that Spanish teens drink called calimocho.
Oh yeah, calimocho.
Calimocho. It's basically that. It's cola and red wine. And you made that. I was like, can I have a sip?
I can't make my own. This is so much better than what we just had. That is way better than the original.
Yeah, no, you're actually right. I agree. Wow, it's very cool. I popped a couple ice cubes in there. You said that one of your biggest fears in life is stagnancy. Do you think you're just kind of experimenting with your own life in these various ways just to keep it moving because standing still is what lets the bad thoughts get in?
I like you, dude.
I like you too.
You're good at this.
Because standing still is what lets the with your own life in these various ways just to keep it moving. It's very cool. I popped a couple ice cubes in there. You said that one of your biggest fears in life is stagnancy. Do you think you're just kind of experimenting with your own life in these various ways just to keep it moving because standing still is what lets the bad thoughts get in?
I like you, dude.
I like you too.
You're good at this. You're very good. I think, stagnancy is one of my biggest fears. The reason that is because a comic's trajectory can be scary. That you're like, you work really hard so people can know you, then you start to get people to know you, then you're like, well, I better keep being as good and funny as I am as I age and progress through life so that you still retain your audience and then get new young audience.
Yeah.
And that is psychologically, it's weird. It does something to you because you're like, I want to stay in the know, but I also want to be true to me. And I feel like a lot of times people in our profession, we get stagnant. You just get complacent and you're making enough money. You're doing fine. You kind of don't give a shit. Yeah. I think that's a dangerous place to be. So yes, part of that probably comes from the fact that I just want to keep moving. And also, if on a serious note, we don't have children. We can't have children. And so that was a hard point in my life. And I figured now that we've gotten through that chunk of time of not being able to do that, thing that we thought we wanted, what is our life now?
Yeah.
So in an effort to like crack that, we continue to try new shit, do new shit, go to new places, do new things. I think we're focusing harder now on what the next stages of our life will be. This sounds like I'm placating. But a lot of it is like taking care of people that I love or that are around me. Like, yeah, we're trying to build our company so we hire more people, so I give people more jobs and have more fun and, you know, get more young bloods like old cutesy pie over there, you know, like,
Damien, you can go home early.
Get out of here. See,
Sure.
Put your pants back on. That's insane. That's insane. Come over here, man. Look at this guy. No, don't touch me, weirdo. Come right here. Come here.
Damien, you don't have to do anything but I asked to be so uncomfortable. I need you to know that.
I love this guy. I don't know why. I got a big crush on him. Give me another Camus. I love you. We did our will, and it was so weird to do your living will because they're like, I don't know why. I got a big crush on him. Give me. Don't touch me, weirdo. Come over here, man. Look at this guy. No, don't touch me, weirdo. Come right here. Come here.
Damien, you don't have to do anything but I asked to be so uncomfortable. I need you to know that.
I love this guy. I don't know why. I got a big crush on him. Give me another Camus. I love you. We did our will, and it was so weird to do your living will because they're like, where do you want all your money to go if you die? And I was like, well, who needs it the most? And I was like, kids, like sick kids. So all the money I've ever made will go to Children's Hospital at some point.
No way.
Yeah, we're doing the Home Run Derby Special Olympics December 6th at LA City College, so please come out to that. So to me, that's my change of stagnancy. It's like, how much more fun can I have with the success I've been given? Because I'm not raising a family, we can give to, this can be our family. Damien can be my family. Hey, Damien can be my family. We're trying, by way of, we are making these people our family and helping them grow their lives because we've been blessed, so why not move it to the next generation? If you're not doing that, in my opinion, If you're not helping the next generation, if you're not doing that, I think you're doing a grave disservice to yourself and to the community as a whole.
Yeah, Damien, you're gonna have to choose between us at the end of this episode. I need you to know that. This is gonna happen.
Dame.
Diagnosed with Crohn's disease and struggling with your symptoms? It's not too soon to talk to your doctor about Entyvio for moderate to...
Hey, you motherfucker, you better get the fuck out of here, bro. You open that fucking door and you're dead. I'm just letting you know. I'm letting you know. You fucking open it. Holy shit. This scared the fuck out of me. You can take my heli, but you better put some fuel in it. 'Cause I ain't helping you, cut. I'm not helping you. Oh, we're trying to go at it, huh? No! No! Bastard! Oh my god. Me really was not it, but almost did a whole fucking trip just for that bullshit. No! This motherfucker. This motherfucker. This motherfucker. And the late chopper. Oh my god. You fucking took me out. Oh no. 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 And the late chopper. Oh, fuck me, bro. Oh, you fucking dickhead. You absolute fucking dickhead. And the late chopper. You motherfucker. Yeah. Yo, bro. Finally, bro. Finally, someone fucking killed me, dude. I've been in the. Yeah, I just been on this. I haven't been on a streak. I just been on the server and I just been fucking bored. You scared the shit out of me. No way, bro. Oh shit. Hey, I've been. That's fine, bro. That's fine. It's a fucking boosted server. Hey, y'all trying to raid someone or want to get rid of someone? I got some C4 and shit. We can go fuck someone up. I don't give a fuck. Not really. I've been fucking raiding people and they don't have shit. Like the server's dead. Yeah. I don't know, man. I just gotta say, bro, you fucking scared shit out of me. Like, hey, nah, bro, y'all fucking take that shit. I don't care. But still, bro. God damn. Holy fuck. Oh well. Go ahead and claim this base. GG. Top shot, I got my. Oh.